Hi Kerry, I'm just starting a little bit earlier today so I can get more time in. So it just gives me enough time to share as much as I can before anything else. So I hope people are prepared. There will be a whole session of questions and answers for anybody out the public, just so you know. So I'm just going to put something on the background just while I'm sharing, and by 8 o'clock, 8 minutes, we will be starting. I will go through the other list of topics that I will be touching as well, but this will be the main topic tonight. However, people can still ask the questions on social services scandal or the paedophile rings, grooming gangs and so on. Right. Few minutes everybody, that's all.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, when it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. We can't go on pretending day by day that someone somewhere will soon make a change. We all a part of God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need.
Thank you very much for joining. If anybody is, just be patient. We are starting in about 7 minutes. I'm just doing it a little bit earlier today so I can start dead on 8 o'clock. Just to remind everybody, we're starting in about 5 minutes. And your school education department is going to be exposed today as well. A lot of information will be given out. Any of the team members are joining in, you need to get on the platform, send me the link. Please share if you could share. It's all about our children today. Hi Max. Hi Gwen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Evening, my sister. Gwen, if you can you just nip onto the Facebook? Send me the link for it, please. If you can. We've got 2 minutes left. I want to get cracking today. I do have some guests coming in today as well. Let me put this down. Oh, it's alright, Gwen. I've got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Matrix. Oh, thank you, Gwen. Send me again. Thank you. Right, I'm not gonna play anything else. We're just gonna get ready now, and then I'm gonna give a little bit of a rundown, a breakthrough of what is actually happening before we start. And please feel free, if anybody wanted to join in and ask any questions at question and answer time. That's the whole purpose of what we're doing here. We're bringing the information direct to the public, whether it's got to do with social services scandal, the paedophile rings, the corruption with the authorities, the grooming gangs, or now also the school education problem. This pedophile problem is literally running in all areas of our society in these private corporate companies, which needs to be stopped. I can't even believe, to be perfectly honest, as a modern Western nation, that we teach this filth and we're trying to tell anybody that we are safeguarding, we are child protection, we're the leaders. Total hypocrisy. But it's our children that are paying the price for it, just to remind everybody. Okay, we are virtually ready. Just the last. Okay, we are ready. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, thank you very much for joining. Today, let me first introduce myself. My name is Aurangzeb Latif. My nickname is Rangy, R-A-N-G-Y. Born and bred in the northeast of England in a place called Stockton-on-Tees. I went to a school in primary in the 70s called Bousfield Primary School. Secondary school in the 80s was Ian Ramsey School. There's a reason why I'm actually giving you a little bit more than just my name. I need everybody in the northeast of England, in the Teesside area, everybody who actually knows me to listen up carefully. Because everything that actually revolves around what I'm doing at the moment affects every single person right now who actually knows me. And those who don't know me, if you know the topics in hand, you need to learn about what is actually happening. So usually I have another billboard above my head. However, I'm still going to read that out today. And then I'm going to go into this particular topic that we're going to talk about tonight. However, we still will have questions and answers about the social services scandal as well. It just won't be just the one topic. However, Gwen, don't let anybody else come on because I need to get the guests on first. But sorry, just mute yourselves for a second. But go and stay there. Whatever you do, just stay there. I need you there. So usually you'll see another billboard, so I'm going to read it out what's actually in front of me, which is overall the topic that has been. This is LCS News, and this is we're talking about the breaking silence project. What happens when you break silence against these crimes? And the crimes we're talking about are child sexual exploitation, abuse at home, emotional abuse, bullying, neglect, online abuse, self-abuse, and a whole load more. But you or the children of victims could reach 999, Childline, NSPCC, MPs, councillors, mayors, and more, but no one is going to come to your aid. The reason why nobody comes to your aid is because of the social services scandal, where we're talking about very clearly is the breaking silence on the broken system, phase 1, which is social services scandal. However, in general, we have questions on it where we're asking, are social services liars, criminals, and storytellers? Do social services neglect children? Do social services mistreat children? Are social services doing the crime and our children are paying the price doing the time? Are victims being victimized, and do social services control our judges and police with lies and stories? And the last one would be, are there any good social workers out there? And that's the only one we've actually got unlisted on the pamphlet that we have. You can actually see this on the website and all the other videos that we've done. The answer is yes, there is any good social workers. However, we are also breaking silence and exposing the pedophile rings, corruption within the authorities, and grooming gangs at the same time while we talk about social services. Now, the reason why this is because these three are not three different topics. They are actually one topic. We now know we have got evidence for this. We've had it for a while. We're breaking silence since we've had it. Where victims of child sexual abuse have been breaking silence against these heinous crimes that have taken place on themselves or many, many other children throughout the United Kingdom. And what we have found is social services have been covering that up. As a result, what's left the nation? It's left the pedophiles out roaming free, putting the rest of the nation at risk. And victims of child sexual abuse that are broken silence are victimized deliberately by the local authorities, the councils, where they even go into the level of trying to put gagging orders on the victims to stay silent or even imprison them. Everything that I'm talking about is actually happening in real time. So everything that we're talking about is literally happening day in, day out, every day. So if anybody wants to learn more about this, please come forward. You can ask the questions. However, I want to make it clear it's only due to safeguarding child protection. I'm limited what I can say or show on public media. I can't put victims in the firing line. And there are so many children and vulnerable victims that are caught in this crossfire that nobody's coming in to help and support them. And people need to wake up. However, again, for any clarity to what I'm talking about, if you want any information or evidence, simply contact us through www.lcs.news. And we're more than happy to provide that information to you directly so you actually have it. So this in general is the topic that I usually talk about. However, tonight the topic is what's above my head here. Just mute this, everyone, for a second. So the topic above me, if you have a look at it, it's simple. Are schools grooming our children? The sinister sex and relationship education from age of 0, okay? Queering the classrooms and children as young as 4-year-old exposed to self-stimulation. So let me put it in another way for you. We've got an education department that actually is operating in the country and trying to change the curriculums and what they're putting in there. So I want to give you some example, a very simple example. As grown-ups, we in our workplaces, if we have any conversations or sexual conversations with another person, it is known as sexual harassment. Yet the authorities seem to think it's okay to go to our children from the early ages of 4-year-old to try to tell them and teach them about masturbating, about anal sex. Now, I hope people understand what I've said there. This is the state of affairs in United Kingdom. And this is overall pedophilia taking place in broad daylight, trying to make us look like that they could just do what they want. They can't do this. This is illegal. This is criminal. Okay? So this is just a touch or a tip of the iceberg, shall I say. And there will be a lot more coming up. I will be speaking about it and dealing with this. However, I have got a few guests coming in yet. I know they're just queuing up right now. I'll get them in. Once they're in, I am going to start with this. We'll have a brief introduction, but the topic first is... Oh, thank you, Gwen. Gwen, you know it all, don't you? Thank you. You got the right one in. So, you know, this is the state of affairs, where they're also trying to tell the nation and our public members through their curriculum that all our children are sexually active from birth. This is trying to overall legalize pedophilia in this country. This is how sick, twisted, minded people who are, they call themselves professionals, that are actually in the House of Parliament that are trying to pass these bills. So really, technically, in the reality, in the common sense land, we are actually run by a bunch of pedophiles in the Parliament, okay? Because nobody wants to talk about it. They just want to ignore it again and again and again. And it's not going to be acceptable, okay? So I know I've got I don't know the other names yet that are the guests that will be joining us. I do know you've got a few people joining us today. So if you keep an eye out for them, if they jump in, they need to just identify or reach out to you in there and let us know, and then I'll bring them in. Is that okay, Az?
That's absolutely fine, Rangy. Anyway, hi to you, Gwen, everybody that's tuned in. To be honest with you, Rangy, my eyes are hurting a little bit because, you know, I've been on the flipping screen here for hours and hours, and, you know, it's been like that for the past week. So I'm not going to read the comments. I don't want to strain my eyes. But the people that I've got coming on, they will contact me if they've got any issues. And once they come on, they will, you know, just put it into their comments. And yeah, just keep an eye out for Shaquille and Amr.
But just on your defense there, I just want to make it clear, because I have spoken to you in length behind the scenes. The information that is coming out is vast. It's so much. It's getting, and I think we agree that what we're going to start doing is we're going to start drip feeding everybody stage by stage by stage, because there is a lot of information. However, there is other organisation, which is Child Protection Wales. Gwen, maybe if you put it in the comments there, if people want to learn more, when we're talking about documents and things like that, you could go onto that website and have a look yourself. But we're going a little bit more than just what they're doing, which is brilliant what they're doing, but we're digging a lot deeper.
Yeah, you know, so basically, Joan can also, you know, back me up here. But the PCP are trying to take this fight to the courts from a legal perspective. They're trying to get this, ended in schools. Using, Kim herself, she's a qualified criminologist. So she's, that's what the PCP are doing. They're trying to get this, finished in schools because we know there's a huge safeguarding issue. I don't think anybody wants the All About Me program being taught to their children. That's encouraging children as young as 4 to self-stimulate and, all the other filth, that's coming with it that we've already been speaking about. And, the PCP, Kim's got that on the website. Especially Kinsey's chapter 5, table 34, his works and everything. So, so myself, what I'm trying to do is basically just raise awareness, bring the data, the numbers, the information to support our claims, or shall I say, my claims, basically about Sigmund Freud, his influence over British society, schools and everything. And that's what I wanted to mainly speak about today. I wanted to really highlight just one family. So I've mentioned previously many times as I've come on your live that Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, he's celebrated as an icon when it comes to the world of psychology. His psychoanalysis is taught in universities, schools, you name it. He's seen as a giant in this field. But his disturbing ideologies, beliefs, his occultic connections are, that's what needs to be exposed. His polymorphous perverse theory that's directly linked to the RSC curriculum today, which encourages, it's taught as a mandatory, compulsory basis, that children are sexual from birth. And education is taught from 0 onwards. And you can find that on the PCP's website, and the Scottish RSHE website is on there as well. So where do they get this, thing that children, from 0 onwards, so basically, even before they're born, 0 onwards, are sexual from birth. So they get that from Sigmund Freud's polymorphous perverse theory, and Alfred Kinsey takes that from Sigmund Freud. And another person who Alfred Kinsey was having talks with, corresponding with, was Wilhelm Reich. Now, Wilhelm Reich was a colleague and a student of Sigmund Freud. And there's evidence to show that there's a correspondence between Alfred Kinsey and Wilhelm Reich. I don't want to speak too much about Wilhelm Reich today, although he's an amazing, disturbing, genius figure who comes up with the orgone theory. So orgone basically means organism and orgasm. So he's like the father of the orgasm, Reich is, and him and Freud have a falling out because Reich writes this huge book on orgasms. And I think in 1971, Woody Allen's movie, The Sleepers, there's a sex machine that Woody Allen's got, I think, and it's called the Orgasmatron, or Orgasmatron. And in Reich's time, when Reich made this machine, because Reich gets persecuted, he gets arrested, he serves prison, I think, for a couple of years, while Kinsey is getting celebrated. So why is Kinsey getting celebrated and why is Reich getting persecuted? 2 reasons. I'll explain. Reich is like a sex prophet. He's annoying. He's a orgone machine, which, was called a sex machine because, see, Freud believed that the world runs on sexual energy. And if you suppress that sexual energy, it causes chaos and a great imbalance to the universal energy. So he believed that according to his works and everything that's been exposed, that you shouldn't oppress your sexual desires. If you want to go and flip into a rabbit, go do it. Don't suppress it, because that causes chaos and releases negative energy. And the reason why the world's messed up is because people are not expressing their sexual desires. So his polymorphous perverse theory that children are sexual from birth and they go through a different transition of sexual experiences, that's what polymorphous means. When like a butterfly goes through three different transitions from a cocoon, a caterpillar, caterpillar, cocoon, and then a butterfly. So children go through the same transitions, whereas the first sexual experience is sucking on the mother's breast, and then he continues to talk about the other 5 stages or the 4 stages where when they're urinating or they're pooing, they're experiencing some sexual pleasure from the anus, the genitalia, and you name it. But so that theory of his, the polymorphous perverse theory, he releases it in 1905. The Kinsey Institute's created in 38, and Wilhelm Reich flees to America in 33, I believe, and Freud comes to the UK with his family because as Jews, the fear of persecution and what the Nazi regime was doing to the Jews, they fled. And so the schooling system and British politics and the media and everything else is heavily linked to Sigmund Freud. And in America you've got Kinsey, who's basically doing his thing over there. So Kinsey's responsible for sexualizing and perverting the American people, and Freud's responsible for the British people. Not just Freud, Aleister Crowley plays a great part as well. And Aleister Crowley is already practicing sex magic and and all his wild flipping fantasies before Freud comes to the UK. So we need to remember the timelines. Crowley is already doing this in the early 1900s. Freud comes in 33 or something. But going back to Reich, he doesn't like his machine. Now, the reason why he's persecuted is his machine, which basically runs and produces orgasmic energy. He believes he can get rid of cancer. He can treat cancer through his sex machine, and Reich hates the word sex machine. So anytime anybody calls it a sex machine, Reich's like, it's not a sex machine. He's like, he doesn't want to call it a sex machine, but yet it's, the principles are built from orgasmic energy. So Freud believes that oppressing or suppressing sexual desires is what's causing the world issues, and it's interfering with the balance of the universe. But Reich's saying it's the orgasms. The key to a perfect world or a better world is the orgasm. The orgasm is a reason why people are sick. people are, psychologically and physically sick, and a healthy orgasm is an answer to more or less, everything. So that's the dispute when Rake writes his book on orgasms, and he presents it to Freud, like a happy student, with open eyes, that he looks up to Freud, and he's expecting a pat on the back and great work, son. But Freud's like furious, and Freud's like, a book that thick on orgasms. So, they have a falling out, and then, Freud says this and that about Rake. And anyway, eventually, Freud dies from cancer, and Rake turns around and says, well, I could have helped him with my, orgone machine. And the reason why he died was because of, orgasms and this and that. And, so anyway, he has a last say. But, yeah. So, yeah, so these disturbing and, sick figures, what I'm trying to do basically is just link them all back to how much our schooling and our media and everything else is affiliated with these sick figures. So yeah, so I'll stop there. I think I've said enough for the meantime.
Look, what I'm going to do is I forgot to say one thing. I normally give the little bit of rules of what we do here. Anybody just jumping in, for example, even in the comments, we are going to have vulnerable people that will be joining us. If anybody is caught triggering, targeting, victimizing anybody, whether it's in the comments or anybody who joins us in the box, if you can't be polite and respectful, you'll just get muted and blocked. I'm not looking for no followers. This is not about followers. This is a genuine issue and problem. We have a pedophilia problem. We need to wake up to it instead of trying to sugarcoat it. So if anybody does do that, the mods have got strict instructions. Gwen, seeing as though you're managing the boxes, for example, as people are coming on, you could fill 2 more up if you want. I'm only leaving the other 2 just in case, because I am waiting for a couple of other people that has requested from us, so I could get them in there. Anybody coming in the boxes, just mute yourselves. Everybody is going to get the opportunity. Everybody's going to have this saying. Just to remind people, I mean, even though the topic is about school education, where they're trying to tell our children, teach them about anal sex, telling them about masturbation, trying to tell us that our children are sexually active from birth. This is all pedophilia run by our authorities and where the information comes. So, maybe if you wanted to sugarcoat it, you're on the wrong live. We don't play jokes like that on here. We're just straightforward out with everything else that's going on. But Johan, thank you very much for what you said. What I'm going to first do is, if I could get Joan, if she wants to add on anything. Joan is, I love this sister. There's a lot of work. She's part of CP in child protection Wales, in Wales itself. So let me get Joan. If you just unmute yourself, my sister, please.
Hi there, Rangy. Hi, everyone. Before I did want to make a few comments on what Azar had to say, which I thought was very interesting and something we need to know. Can I just say that this week I've heard a horrible story, and I'm just alerting people to what is going on out there on social media. The story was about a 13-year-old girl who, it turned out, I think the mother happened to see something on a phone that made her suspicious, and she investigated further. And it turned out that her 13-year-old daughter had been on some social media, don't ask me what, don't ask me where, and she'd been performing naked in front of at least 200 men in the virtual room and they were all masturbating because apparently there was footage of that.
Oh, Josh, well, firstly, thank you very
The
much.
father was physically sick.
Well,
They were aghast and they didn't know how to handle it. And the child also, because of her shame when her parents they lost the rag with her, she did attempt suicide. So this is a really, really important subject. And we need to know how we got here and how our children have got here, you know? So, okay, it's long winded. We're going back to Freud, but it's all connected and it all ties in to what is happening now at this very minute, you know? So, yeah, I
well,
wanted to get that out to you.
well, while you've got that out, please, everybody, try to get your children safe. Keep them off the websites or the internet. Uh, limit everything of what they do in their devices to make sure they're protected, because they are the vulnerable. There are people who are grooming our children online today. Okay, and it's and particularly Instagram. I've heard a lot of stories that are coming off Instagram. I've been looking at a story which I'm going to probably post out and let it out, where a man has been raping his own daughter, and the daughter was so overwhelmed she's ended up taking her life, because who is she supposed to go to? Nobody's listening. And we've literally got predators throughout the whole country now, in the authorities and outside the authorities. So where's the aid and help coming in? There is no aid and help coming in from the authorities because they're too busy doing it themselves. Okay, there's a big, big problem. So it's our responsibility to protect our children. That's the main thing. The message needs to come out. We will speak about it again because we need to make sure we keep an eye on our children, keep them off these devices. But John, if you want to add anything, because this topic is about the education and how it's related to these other people that we're talking about, where the education from them is actually put into our curriculum. But in a layman language, it's very, very simple. Like I'm going to put it to everybody. We got a situation where these people in positions of power are trying to tell us that it's okay to teach children from the early ages of 4-year-old about anal sex, about masturbation, and also telling them that they could tell anything they want to the teachers and they've got to keep it a secret. This is grooming taking place on our children by grooming gangs inside the authorities. This needs to be protected. It's our responsibility to stand up for our children. So this is like the layman language. I will keep bringing the layman language forward so you understand. I know Shaquille came in, which was one of the guests that as mentioned. So I'm not sure if he's still there. He could request, or maybe he's waiting for something. Somebody, I'm not sure. Maybe they need a couple of them. I'm not quite sure. As you see that he was there, so I'm gonna leave the whole thing open now. Gwen could bring anybody she wants. Just check them who they are, by the way, Gwen. We don't want anybody who's going to be rude or disrespectful. If anybody does get caught, I'm really sorry. You're just going to get muted and blocked. We don't need you following. This is not about following. This is about understanding what is going on. This is about pedophilia. And I don't really care about anything else. Yvonne?
Yeah, I think Shaquille, if Gwen can bring him on, if she can, I don't know, if he's in the comments or something, yeah, if she can try to do that, if she could try to bring him on. The other person that I wanted to come on was Amr, who also was a part of the Parkfield, schools campaign. If he came in as Han last week, wasn't he? I think it was Han he came in as. I'm not really sure if he's changed his, name on his TikTok profile, but he came in as Han last time. And if Amr's brother Amr, if you're listening, please drop a message in the box so we know you're here. And Shaquille, if you can do the same thing as well, and we'll get you on.
It's 100%. So, as long as they us know, we'll just pick them up because there is 4 boxes empty, and I'm not gonna. I'll get anybody in because overall the topic is this, but this leads to everything else that we've been doing for the last 5 6 years. Okay, which is part of the pedophilia, grooming, corruption with the authorities. So this actually proves everything that I'm talking about. That pedophilia is actually inside the system itself with their education. The grooming is inside our system itself where they're grooming our children. And they're too busy telling us that, oh no, it's somebody in the outside and they've got to make their own little things up. We haven't got time for that. We need to expose every single one of them. And if there is school teachers listening in, my suggestion is, go have a look at your curriculum, speak to people who actually learn and know about this. But if you are caught teaching this kind of nonsense, you will be known as a pedophile. Okay, you are grooming our children. So don't think just because you got a title, a name, you're following orders. Following this kind of orders makes you a pedophile. Okay, so and if you're a good teacher, I'm presuming majority should be. You should be putting a stop to this. You need to be speaking to your school education, your panels, and having this stopped. Even though I understand your difficulty because this is not run by the government, it's a private corporate company, private academies that are run by foreign internationals that are pushing this agenda into our land. We're not going to accept it. So it's our responsibility to guide the teachers as well, or the social workers for the wrongdoing that are happening, including the police. Leave the judges alone at the moment. I'm going to deal with them in the next 3 weeks anyway. We're going to deal with what happens from there. So that's the message in general. I just want to put it one more time what John mentioned earlier on about a child online in a nude, dancing away or doing some form of display, and seeing 200 plus grown-ups who are masturbating and behaving in this sick way. It just tells you how vulnerable our children are in the system, how they exploit it, and also tells you how many dirty, low-life, kiddie fiddling problems are out there in the open. And that needs to stop. If anybody finds anybody like that, we know about it, try to report it to the police. And if the police are going to ignore it, at least let us know. As long as we've got the evidence, we'll expose them. Because it's all about responsibility to stand up. And I'm really grateful that actually John actually brought that up, because these things are happening, and it's not just one person or one child, it's happening throughout the country. Okay?
Oh, Rangi, can I just mention that?
Yes,
That
please.
she, I forgot this, and it's really important, and it's reinforcing what you're saying. She said that loads of other girls her age were doing it too. Seemed to be a trend in her community.
So that's what is that all the girls are hanging about together in local parks, and the boys are at different sides. All the girls are picking up on these internet traps, as I say.
The internet traps
I'm not
is
sure.
a big problem. Sorry, Gwen, did you say something there, Gwen?
No, I was just saying this was a thing on Snapchat a couple of years ago. Snapchat Nudes, it was called, right? Apparently there was a big police investigation. It is still going on. It's still happening because Snapchat is the location is more on point than on any other social media platform. This is why the predators encourage that platform.
So, look, because we're now talking, look at the topics we're talking about. So let's get this clear why this is happening. Okay, now this isn't rocket science. This is simple common sense. They're trying to teach our children from the early ages of 4-year-old onwards about anal sex, masturbation, keep secrets. So they're sexualizing our children as minors. Okay. As a result of that, this is now getting the children that are more curious, want to know more, want to delve into these things. They don't understand that this is all wrong. Okay, it's our responsibility.
You hit the nail on the head, Rangi. I'll let you carry on. You've hit, that's you've gone to the roots. That's exactly what's happening.
100%. So this is the stage of events that are taking place that leads our children to think it's normal. because the school teachers are saying it's okay about masturbation. It's okay to keep secrets away from your parents, just to tell them. So they're fallen in to this grooming gang situation, which is then exploiting our children on public media. Now, look, Joan just mentioned there, she's got the girl that's actually now openly spoken, that there's loads of her friends that are doing it because they don't know what's right. They should know what's right. And I'm not going to blame the parents. The parents need to now, every parent needs to take responsibility. Start speaking to your children and have them as your best friends. Not the authorities, not the social workers, not the school teachers, because they are being groomed. And this is how you sexualize children into making it seem like it's okay. And then when the rape's happening, one of the things I do understand with the way the system is designed and the way it's put together, you got to think outside the box. So when children do, at the early ages of 6, 7, 8-year-old, when they do speak up and say about these heinous crimes that have happened to them, the loophole from the system who's allowing this to happen will be that the school teachers will say, oh no, they haven't been raped. They're just uttering, they're only speaking, repeating what we have been teaching them from 4-year-old. This is the sick agenda of a grooming gang, which is now politically done by our own government, allowing these private corporate companies to teach filth on our children. I hope people understand how this is. This is literally a grooming gang. Go on, Az.
Just to add to that, Rangi, I read an article about young girls, in the early teens, how they cannot function in school because they've been, watching porn all night and masturbating, and it's causing serious psychological effects. This was an article I read a few years ago, and that's one. The second thing is that so you can, from that you can see the impact it's having on young girls, probably secondary age level. The other thing is, there's a lot of talk about university students, girls, who have resorted to selling themselves part-time just to make some extra money to get through education, or to have a bit of fun on the side, maybe buy something and go out, and but they're selling themselves, so they're not prostitutes, but they're doing it as a side thing. They think it's normal, or they accept it, or they're okay with it. Once upon a time that would have never been an option to make money, but it's happening. The other thing is, I've also read in news articles how young women today, because of the rise in inflation and the cost of living and everything, they are also resorting to selling themselves sexually to pay their rent and get through day-to-day life. So this is all aligned with what Jones just mentioned earlier on, which is extremely disturbing, but you can see how this is progressing and it's becoming a norm. Our sisters, our daughters, our people's mothers, they are becoming victims of this.
People, the big hoo-ha out there, with especially they're still talking about pedophilia and grooming gangs. I think it's the right time to make sure people wake up to it before they normalize it. So let me help people to understand how bad is it going to be if they normalize it. So you're talking about the West, we are the best, whatever. If you go to America, all the states in America, apart from one, they've legalized child marriages. Okay, from the early ages of 9-year-old, 10-year-old. So you're talking about a democracy? No, it's not democracy. It's dictatorship. It's a pedophile-run system that is controlling the West. This is not just happening in America. This is coming here. And they're implementing these things slowly but surely, one by one, to make it sound and look okay. Now, I know this because the first time I actually come across this was in November 2011, where in the House of Parliament, they were trying to pass a bill to legalize sex at the age of 13. Now, you know, the worst thing is a lot of people did say that this is not going to happen. We're not going to accept it. But you're missing the point. Who came up with this idea in the House of Parliament to begin with? The only answer that comes out of that is a pedophile in the House of Parliament trying to legalize this kind of stuff, manipulate people. And a lot of us, we don't even know about a lot of the bills that they pass. On an average, I believe there's about 8,000 bills they pass a year under our welfare to make sure we're looked after, and yet they're passing on, and then they make it and construct it and say, this is law now. No, I want to make it clear. Anybody who goes along with this, if they try to make it into a law, it's criminal still. Okay? It doesn't legalize it. They're still criminals. We do not have to abide by this. It's the biggest nonsense I've ever seen or heard about. But people need to wake up, because this is not just one place it's happening. It's literally happening everywhere. But we got to focus on our own towns, our own cities, our own country. So right now, my home right now is England, Wales, Scotland and Ireland. This is my home. This is my community. And we have to speak up for them. There are, I mean, Jones just mentioned about one girl at the age of 12, 13-year-old, what she's been doing in front of a camera with 200 grown-up men taking advantage of that. You understand? It's unbelievable. You see? And that's just one girl, and she's already identified there's a load of her friends that are actually being caught up and are online doing these acts or being naked in front of these grown-up adults. We need to stop this. We need to make sure we keep our children out of that. But we need to get them away from the school education, because that is what's triggering it. That's the grooming side of it, where they're grooming our children to sexualize them, to make it feel and look like it's okay, it's acceptable. It's not acceptable. It'll never be acceptable. If anybody, by the way, wants to ask a question that might be in the comments, feel free to do so. You could ask the question either in the comments, or you could jump into the boxes. But this is the reality. I hope people wake up to it. Whether you like it or not, it is happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
can I just say something there, Rangi, that sprung to my mind? This is known as a sex positive curriculum. And a lot of the teachers take that at face value. But if you actually look at the words of the WHO and UNESCO as well, this is in the 2010 resource that we have on public child protection Wales. And like I've said before, it's not getting easy to find. But it's easily found on Public Child Protection Wales if you go to sources and scroll down. So they are using propaganda on us. And if you actually analyze the speech that they use to uphold and propagate this education, if you analyze it, you can see that it could mean anything. I mean, for example, this is just one paragraph. Sexuality education is also part of a more general education, and thus affects the development of the child's personality. Does
That
it?
says a lot.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you break that down a little bit more? Can you actually back yourself up? No, they never do. These are statements that they come out with. For example, a holistic approach based on an understanding of sexuality as an area of human potential. Well, what kind of potential might that be? What kind of potential is being let loose on society now? They don't mention that.
Yeah,
but
because
that was exactly what was in their heads when they wrote it. But if you read it, it looks totally innocent. If you read it without critical judgment, it looks fine. So a holistic approach based on an understanding of sexuality as an area of human potential helps children and young people to develop essential skills to enable them to self-determine their sexuality and their relationships at the various developmental stages.
And they know who they love and they don't love.
At various developmental stages. So are we talking about 0 to 4? Are we talking about 5 to 8? Are we talking about 9 to 12? Which stage are they actually meaning? They don't tell you that. And they're always talking about the evolving child. Evolving child as if it was a thing. I'd never heard of an evolving child before until I read these documents. Well, what is an evolving child? Is it evolving naturally in an organic way, in a family relationship, and with healthy surroundings? Or is it evolving because of this education? What kind of a child is an evolving child? So, they're using language to actually blindfold people, because most people would read that and think, oh, well, I can't see anything wrong with that. But it's got a double meaning. It could be inverted if you only look at the words properly.
So this is the words that I get a little confused about. I've been trying to work out these last couple of days there. I don't mean to interrupt, but ADHD children are the most intelligent people on the planet. ADHD generally are they? They're grounded.
ADHD, look, when you're talking about them, it's like autistic children, very, very smart. I mean, it doesn't mean that they have disabilities. It's a special gift. So,
they have a God's gift, as I'm saying.
Yeah. So, I remember, there was last year that I actually went and did a bit of an investigation on a school which is near Cambridge. Actually, it was your Yvonne actually went with me there. 60 parents came forward that their children had disclosed sexual activity and acts taking place on them children in that school. That children, the ages were from as little as 4 or 5 year old all the way to the teens, all with that kind of issue and problem. But within that school, that was allowed to take place. So these things have to stop. These people are pedophiles. And, Joan just mentioned there, it's how they word things. It's the very same thing what they're actually doing with social services. We are safeguarding children. We are child protection. The words are beautiful, tantalizing words. But what in reality is going on are two complete different things. That's the problem.
Worked that out long ago even as well.
Yeah.
Gwen, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Can I
100%.
just finish off that paragraph, because I think it really highlights what we were talking about in the young girl. So they can self-determine their sexuality. Well, which sexuality are we talking about? Because if you're talking about genders, they might have 70 plus to choose from. But if they are questioning their sexuality or their gender, they think it's a gender they're questioning, which is a construct. It's an idea. It's part of an ideology. It does not exist. We've got male and we've got female. End of story. Everyone needs to get on board with that, because children are suffering. Children are being mutilated and sterilized in the name of this ideology. And I hope nobody out there is going to any pride events any day soon, because I tell you what, all the homosexuals and the lesbian are actually ditching them and running away from them like the plague, because they're giving them a bad name, because they know no boundaries. And that's the whole idea, that kids should know no boundaries. So listen to what it says here. It supports them in becoming more empowered. We're talking about children. We're not talking about any particular age. This is their language. More empowered in order to live out their sexuality and their partnerships in a fulfilling and responsible manner. Well, did that girl do it? Has she explored her sexuality? and empowered herself. Yes, she has. At the age of 13. And she's done it in front of countless men.
Can I,
So it's, it's, you,
why? Why though?
well, I'm just telling you, this is the ethos of the education. These are the words behind the education that everyone signed up to, the RSC education. This is the document. And you can read it as you want. You can read it as innocent, or you can read it as guilty as hell. They're empowering children. And they said that's their words. Supports them in becoming more empowered in order to live out their sexuality and their partnerships, which might be a one-night stand, in a fulfilling and responsible manner. So they're putting that word responsible in because they're not preaching anything about irresponsibility. They want the condoms, etc., etc. And they want safe choking as well. That was another one. How to fist properly, how to rim properly.
John, there was a person, a lady, she was an MP in Wales. I think she spoke out in the Parliament against the choking thing that was introduced under the.
No, that was Miriam Cates. She was an English MP.
Oh, I thought
it was all over the news.
Was on about Carolyn then, Joan.
Oh, yes, he could be, couldn't he?
Because she did, when we first met her, she did speak out. And after a couple of years of having her seat, she lost her seat to someone. She spoke out, didn't she?
I know, and that's happened to
sadly,
another.
now she's gone.
Yes. You might mean her. I can't remember her second name.
Definitely,
Jones.
she spoke
But
out.
unfortunately, she's now deceased. She died recently. But she was given such a hard time for speaking out, as was a local councillor in Gwynedd, where I live. The rest of the councillors was snubbing her, turning the back on her, being really snotty with her, simply because she'd stood up and spoken the truth. And she went to one of Kim's presentations about RSC. She came home tamping. And she went to the council and she called an extraordinary meeting. And at that meeting, there were, how many people would you say, Matty?
The whole chambers were full.
I missed it because I was visiting my son. So, but the whole chamber was full.
And I was there, yeah. And then, so I was in, the gallery where the public could sit. And then they were talking, these counsellors, and there was one of them that was a teacher as well. So I was sat there, and then he said, oh yeah, I think it's good because it's going to help, victims of abuse. And I stood up, I said, mate, if you talk in front of children about stuff like that, you're a paedophile, nothing else, yeah? And you know what? Don't throw me out. I'm leaving now, okay? And after that, there was a big furore. The newspapers reported that the police had to clean the gallery out and they had to close the doors for the councillors' safety, okay? And then I was out there on the street and then the police turned up. And I was out there on the street because there was a load of mothers that couldn't go in because there wasn't room. So they had children, blowing bubbles and, playing around. And then they reported it like this, that this was some kind of crazy protest that we had. And there was one of these councillors who's called Becca Brown, who's been supporting this agenda from the start. And all she is a career councillor. She flipping had a little television segment of how scared she was and these dark days that she'd had in these council chambers, when just because people stood up and said that you're paedophiles if you talk to kids about this stuff. And they made it out that, her life was in peril and all that. And it's just absolutely despicable. And more people need to turn up to these things. More people need to take the fight to these people. They should be feeling scared of walking around on the streets for what they are actually doing. For money, That you what? You're destroying the. Once you sexualize a child, you can't unsexualize them. I had somebody come up to me once in a market stall, and my mother was there as well. And she said, "Oh, I've been following you on the internet, and I want to come up to you and tell you something." And their beautiful daughter was there.
Oh, she was gorgeous.
Curly hair, looked like a proper beautiful little child. She had been dragging her fanny around on the carpet till it was red raw because she was only 3 years old because of what the teacher in wherever she was going told her. I mean, like, this is not,
See, the thing is, the parents were scratching their heads. They didn't know where this behaviour had come from. And they spent sleepless nights, as you would with a child in that condition. And they came to the conclusion that he must have been the school. And it was a nursery. We're talking a nursery school. This child was under 4.
Yeah, but how do you unsexualize her?
Yeah, but
when they say,
Yeah,
"But
hang
show me
on.
the boy, bring me the boy, I will show you the man." It's exactly that, yeah. Because you have certain brain waves when you're a child, and they know that. Up till you're 6 years old, you have a certain brain wave, and then up till you're 9 years old, you have another brain wave. So they know if you're a computer and you're programming, whatever it is that's put in there when you're young, it's going to affect you forever. So
Yes.
there is no software like malware software to unsexualize children.
No.
And that responsibility to unsexualize them, if it was possible, falls on us, the public, and we can't ever do that. We can't ever do it. All we can do is, damage limitation. That's all we can do.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to point out in that horrible story, and it was a ghastly story, I thought. I was very shocked when I heard it.
Yeah.
And the little child was so angelic with beautiful blonde.
Gorgeous
Oh,
little
she
girl.
was gorgeous. She was like something off Pear's soap, only more beautiful.
Yeah.
And so they actually approached the school, the nursery school teacher, and asked if there'd been anything going on that might have caused that behaviour. And it turns out that she must have jumped through all the hoops, and she'd actually must have mentioned something maybe from the All About Me programme whereby it's okay to touch yourself. It feels nice. Is it a good touch or a bad touch? Well, it's a good touch because it feels nice, but don't do it in public. It's a little bit like picking your nose. So she must have gone down those lines. Not telling children to masturbate, but planting seeds.
Yeah, but the thing is,
And she admitted it. She said, "We have to." That is what she said.
Yeah, but
we
the
have
thing
to.
is, there is a retardation where people. Well, it's not a retardation. Everyone wants to protect the children, and on the surface, when you just hear it, if somebody just talks to you about it briefly, it might seem like, oh yeah, it is safeguarding them. It is good for them to know these things because they have some kind of tool, a mechanism to stop them from the paedophilia. But they never look into it enough to see that it is paedophilia. That's the thing, because I was in a taxi with, I broke down in South Wales with my car. And then I had to get a taxi back to where the garage was. And there was a Romanian guy. And then I don't know how it came up in conversation, but I asked him if he had kids, blah, 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 if they were going to school. And he said, yeah, of course they are. Well, I said, well, a lot of people don't send them to school because of the RSE. And he was like, well, yeah, I think it's a good thing. They should know from an early age so they're protected. Well, I said, what? 4-year-olds talking to 4-year-olds about masturbation, mate? And he was like, no, not that. But yeah, so you don't know what's going on, basically. And that's the problem. Most people don't, because it's not been publicized, is it? It's not been televised. It's just been put into the schools. And we're the only mouthpieces out there that are shouting against this. And even though we think we've told everyone, we haven't. Not everyone knows this is the thing. This is the uphill battle that we have, yeah?
So let me just add just something very simple, because you mentioned about the way they use their words. Look, it doesn't matter which way they use their words. This is inappropriate for a child. I remember they were starting to firstly go into LGBT and all that. Then they went into the drag queens, and none of these conversations should be on a child, okay? None of it. It's just simple common sense. So when they're trying to push these, we just need to tell them we're not interested. If they want to teach pedophilia, which is what it is, which is grooming our children, exploiting our children, and taking them away from our homes and our lives to exploit them, which is what just happened with that little girl that Joan was on about, it needs to stop. We don't. I agree with Matt that a lot of people don't know, but it's our responsibility to get the word out there. But this is why I respect Child Protection Wales, because at the end of the day, there are people fighting back. There are people exposing them, and people just with a simple bit of common sense, you could see exactly where this is leading and what's happening. And over whether you like it or not, it goes into pedophilia and grooming. That's it. Exploitation of children under the flag of safeguarding children and child protection. That's a load of nonsense. So these people in Parliament need to get their shit in order because it's not acceptable. We know there are a bunch of pedophiles in there for even allowing this kind of nonsense. Where's their morals gone? They don't have none. They don't have no ethics. They simply don't care about their own sons and daughters. I mean, I remember when I was reading the MPs' kiddie fiddling list, for example, there are so many MPs who never even left their own children. They also assaulted their own children, sexually assaulted them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this is not acceptable at all. It doesn't matter which way you put it. Let me just see if UK education, if she wanted to add on in this topic.
I'm just so peed off because I'll give you an update. I ended up in hospital recently with a head injury, right? And you know, I'm right opposite the main source of everything changing in England with the main public building, County Council, opposite me, right? So when you get Target, there's a guy right next door who's heavily involved with all this for years. Okay, so when I tried to, I was supposed to all this years ago, like all of you must be doing your bits over the years. So unfortunately, again, that individual right next door to me is connected to the head of what I saw on Facebook earlier as well, made me laugh. They've got all these flats with the drugs related, okay? If you know what I mean by that, key players are deliberately put in there. Because I'll tell you why I say that, because this state of this place has been blocked since 2018. When I first stumbled across key players are back in the county council at the time, in the head of children's services, and I knew he was very much involved in the trafficking, because years ago my son come to me, best mate, and his best mate is now an adult, was the victim. Okay, so, and as I went to years ago to get help, I shockingly, it sounds far-fetched, where they will go to the extent to shut you up. Okay, so they sent somebody after me in my old house, attempt to murder. They got away with it. Never charged the individual, but they used me as a major witness. Then I had me all over the media, internet. My life has been turned around ever since. Then I survived that because I was a journalist years ago, the National Union Journalism. So my card ran out in 2003. And it was just pure chance that I thought, with my skills of journalism, I set up a website to start exposing what I know before everything was coming to public eye. The individual I exposed was a very well-known political individual. And of course, I was married years ago to a Mason. The individual in question, head of the what ring, was also part of the same lodge. Now, as I divorced the guy in question, He uses connections to make sure I was going to have a life of help, right? I didn't know the connection would be to children, if you know what I mean. So I had to fight tooth and nail to somebody I met years ago who's a travelling businessman suggested the website, so he helped me get it all set up. But I was all connected in those days. And then the website, I got threats by his lawyers, this council's lawyers.
Okay, if I could just stop you there just for 1 second, I'm going to let you continue, but let's focus on this topic because later on, after 11, we're going to open the can of worms with everything else. While people are focused on the education, because this is about the education, the pedophiles, they're linking it all up. So anything to do with the education, please.
Why is it going on now? Because all these years, the it's global, isn't it now? And I took on years ago the education secretary for other things, and I had no idea that they were going to fall for this, what we've got now. Why the heck are they teaching our children, grandchildren in the education systems? And now what they're doing across the road from here, which I got wind of when I was in hospital recently, of a notification that they were pushing anyone opposed their children in school for that type of sexual education of that extreme nature would be questioned on their ability to parent, and then they will be investigated. And it's just like lots of people now are doing their small off different platforms to raise awareness. So I'm glad you brought the subject up, because across the road from me, they're pushing ahead with this false thing. So, yeah.
One thing on with what you just mentioned there. You mentioned about the people on the top, okay? The elites, people say, the big bosses. I'm going to make it very clear so people understand. There is nobody on the top. They don't control us. We are the ones that actually have the power. Why? So this is why I'm always going to stay on ground floor, because this is where the power is. This is where the people is. We do not consent. So what we need to stop doing or thinking about, there are people who are dealing with people on the top, okay? What we need to do is start coming together, waking the members of the public, because while we're talking, while we're going through all these topics, there are vulnerable people who have no idea that this is going on in the school education. They don't have no idea about the pedophilia problem, the grooming problem within inside the system itself. And this is where we need to start waking the members of the public, because once we start waking up, number one, when we do bring this attention to the members of the public, at least we're then saving one by one or 100 by 100, because the more people learn about it, know about it, then they could at least put some defense in, speak up about it. I mean, one of the things I'm grateful for and I'm happy about, especially in Wales, you've got Gwen there. When it comes to this education side, she is going literally to the schools with the parents, appointment by appointment. So this is what is needed, okay? We need to get the information out there and stop it on the ground level, okay? Because when we speak about the people on the top, makes people think or feel vulnerable that they don't have no power. I want to remind everybody, I'm just a dad and I don't care about any of them. I don't give a damn which Scooby-Dooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry is on the top. None of that makes no difference. Why? Because it's our children that are paying the price for it on the ground level. Our sons and daughters are going through this abuse. Our children, our sisters, our daughters, our mothers are being raped, abused, messed about. So, leave the top to the top. Focus on the bottom, because the more we speak up at the bottom, the more we're going to be able to save. And the more people start supporting people like even Gwen and Child Protection Wales, the better it's going to be. Why? Because we're drip feeding it stage by stage, one by one. It only has to be one or two people in a school. Then you can network it throughout the whole parents in each school education. And people that don't know about it, we need to drip feed it to them. We need to speak to them. And maybe bring them on platforms like this where people can openly have a chat. Learn about it. Because a lot of people simply don't even know the simple thing, like They're teaching our children, 4-year-old baby, for the love of God, about anal sex, about masturbation, and at the same time, don't tell your parents. You could keep it a secret between us. No, you kiddie fiddlers. Stay away from our babies. We're not interested in your kiddie fiddling issues and problems. And most of these have actually got mental health issues because they're diseased and sick, which goes all the way to your parliament. And this is why the curriculum that we're talking about, who is it affecting? It's affecting everybody. So we need to focus at the bottom and start dealing with everybody at the bottom to get it done. But, you know, I don't worry about the people on top. Look at me, I'm just a dad. Gwen is just a mum. Everybody's doing their part. Az is doing his part, you're born. Joan's doing their part. Everybody's doing their part. And the more people do their part and speak up about this, the quicker we're going to make that change. Now, quicker is very, very important. Why? Because while we're talking, children are being raped in the United Kingdom, Wales, Scotland, Ireland right now. Are we able to do anything? No. Why? Because we keep going around the same circle. I don't want to go around the same circle. We want to expose every single person who's involved. We need to get the public to be waking up. We want to say we do not consent with these fraudulent corporate companies that claim themselves that we want to safeguard your children. We want a child protection. Man, they don't even know how to arrange a piss up in a brewery. And you're asking questions to these people. Think about it. I mean, you don't exactly go to, let's say, a daughter, somebody's daughter, sister who's been raped. You don't go and start negotiating with a pedophile, do you? The answer is no. You don't never negotiate with criminals. It's non-negotiable. And let them do what they want. What can they do? We got the truth on our side.
Randy, can I just add? I would like to see protection and support. You're saying about each network, each town and city in England is important, but also those being targeted for exposing this need the backup support. There isn't there. I've been through all this for years, especially that very key individual next door to me. And when it affects your personal life, where's my support? You see, this is where you're saying isn't correct. I mean, I agree in part. Because we need that independent support networking, yeah. But I've been doing this since the 90s, way before a lot of people have probably. Yeah, everything I expose, I've got my whole life is destroyed. I'm still here, thank grace to God. That's all I can say, and never give up. But the thing is, now I'm being pushed out into the care system, losing my home hospital. So you see. There is be careful what you do. That's all I'm trying to say. How you do it. Because, you know, you don't let them put you off. Because it's all right, you're sitting in your home, you're not getting this. You still got what you're doing, you still got, you know, blah, 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 blah. But when you're going right to the top and hit where it hurts, which I did, then it pulls down and they run scared. And they get exposed, but then they come after you. Be very careful. They do it in a back doorway. Not trying to scare people off, but this is reality, Randy. So this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to interrupt your stream. The fact is,
Sister, you understand what you said, but I just want to make it clear. You know, we make a choice of what we do. You mentioned about where was the people to support you. You know, we can't blame the people. So I'm going to give you a live example. Nobody's ever heard me say, where is the people to defend me? And yet I've had arson attacks, I've been bullied, intimidated, threatened, beaten up, hospitalized. I don't say that. Why? I don't ask for what the public could do for me. I think to myself what I could do for the public for doing the right thing. Now, I understand. One second. So one of the issues that we sometimes have is when we go up the ladder. And the higher we go, the more at risk we are. And when you go higher up the ladder, it's not by choice, it's by their system. And when we go up the ladder, yes, I'm going to agree that when people start doing that, people need to support. Okay. But if people don't know about people, how are they going to support? How they're going to make it, because the more support people get, it also gives you some sort of protection, because now people know about you.
Yes,
So this is one of the
agree.
reasons, for example, right now, for when we're talking about Child Protection Wales, I'm supporting them, I'm advertising them, promoting them. Why? Because the more people understand these people are actually taking the fight on this particular topic, okay? They're taking the fight to them, okay? And we need to support them. Yet they're still going to have obstacles in front of them, okay? But what I mean, I know a lot of people who have gone through these things. I've been going through this 16 years, but I don't say anything to anybody because they understand. I'd actually hardly ever I tell people about myself, about why I'm doing, what's happened. Why?
All due
Because it's
respect, Randy.
irrelevant.
All due respect, Randy, can I just add that when they're serious and they see it as a threat, they get you won over. They set you up with a serial killer. They get all blocked. Every block of goods and services blocked. You have to learn law yourself. You have to defend yourself. You have to educate yourself. And that's what I'm saying, anybody out there, learn what you can yourself to get out of the system. Because like you said earlier, they are our public servants. And yeah, I'm living right next door to a very key individual I hope karma is real. Because I know what he's doing, and in part the human trafficking as well. I can't put it out there. I can't post it anywhere. I have to keep a journal. But before the journal comes around, I hope.
Look, UK, what we're going to do, we're going to stop there. Like I said, when it comes to other topics, we could wait till after 11 o'clock. We could blast them out. No problem. Okay. But right now, because the schedule for the child education, because right now the grooming is taking place on the ground floor. I don't want to know about the top. I don't care about what goes on the top. I don't worry about who the elite is, which dumb, stupid morons are on the top. It doesn't make no difference. Why? Because our nation is burning at the bottom. Our sons and daughters are raped and abused at the bottom. So why is my focus up there? It's not up there. My focus at the bottom. And it will continue to be like that because I'm a public person. I'm one of the public. I'm not controlled by them. And if everybody, I know a lot of people in campaigners, they go up the level, and they forget about everything at the bottom. They forget about the nation. And this is what we don't want. We want to stick at the bottom. I'm personally going to stick at the bottom all the time. We can discuss, we can talk about what goes on in the top and how bad it is. But, maybe on the lives when we should do it, or like I say, after 11 o'clock tonight. But right now, we're going to focus at the bottom because this school education, this curriculum that is actually going on, which is a pedophile problem. I remind everybody, it's a pedophile problem, teaching our children about sexual activities from the early ages of 4-year-old. And I want to remind everybody, they're also trying to say our children are sexually active from birth. Do you know what that means? You got to think out the box now for a second. That means they could do whatever they want. And why do you think they're trying to give the children the rights, child's voice, that they could consent? Because when the time comes, it's our children that are going to be damaged. It's our children that are going to be raped. They don't get on the top there, but this is where our focus should be at the bottom, or mine is anyway. Everything that I do has to start at the bottom. No point being in the battlefield on the top when your whole nation is being robbed and raped and stolen at the bottom. I hope people understand that. I want to keep it very, very simple.
Rangi, can I just make a comment on what you've said? You're talking about from the bottom. We're not, but our problem is at the bottom. It's us as well. And I think we all need to recognise this, that we've all been duped. And maybe our standards have slipped compared to previous generations. Yes, there's always been illicit sex. We know it's gone on. But by and large, society as a whole was a reasonably healthy place where women and children could walk the streets. That's not to say it was perfect. It was far from that. I mean, my own grandmother had a child at the age of 13, and I had no idea what that was all about, for example. And she was born in 1888. Yes, it's always going on. But what do we want to normalise for our kids? What do we want to normalise? Because this is the question we need to ask. What have we actually been lenient with in ourselves? Has it been our use of porn? Has it been gambling? Or has it been any excesses? Have we been made to think that we're genetically inclined that way? Or, you know, psychology has played such a massive part in all this, and we've all been worked on. So I'd just like to put it out there that everyone needs to question themselves. I know where I've been worked on. I've worked it all out. I was a child of 1951. I was born, so the 60s were crucial to me. And the 60s was when free love was being pushed, the hippie movement, etc., etc. It's, you know, I've been worked on more than anyone. But the reason I can say that is because I've recognized it. I've recognized where I went wrong because of social trends, because of group thinking, etc. We've got to get our own critical skills back. We're not going to be healthy until we do. And we won't know how to protect our children until we do, until we dig deep inside ourselves and decide whether we've got any spirituality. What do we want to pass on to our kids? What do we want their world to be? Because we're the levers of change. We've all been worked on. So that, sorry, I didn't mean to rant, but
No,
I
that's
really
fine.
think it's important that we look inside ourselves as well and see what's gone on for us. And
No,
how, you
absolutely.
know, anyone out there who loved Love Island or the soaps because they're a big carrier of propaganda. How have we been propagandized? Any of us in our lives? Is it because we love Arsenal or we love Everton and that's what makes our lives buzz? Is that the biggest thing to us in our lives, really? Really? Because that's groupthink. It's not critical thinking. And Freud would tell you that. So,
Sorry, let you finish off, John.
no, that was it. That was it,
Okay.
really. I just think people need to look inside themselves as well and see how their morals might have changed without them understanding that they've changed.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just add one thing there. I think I wanted to say something, but just give me a second. I'm just gonna add one thing. You're 100% right that we have got to take responsibility. We have got to wake up ourselves, because if we are not awake, how are we supposed to help the next person? So this is where, I mean, the other billboard would be easier, but however, the same thing on here. We know this is wrong. We know this is a pedophilia problem. We know this is wrong in every level. We know this is part of grooming gangs, okay? Grooming mentality. And it shouldn't be happening, you see? And we need to work with common sense, not with psychologists and try to work out all that. It's common sense that these things shouldn't be happening with children, full stop. You know, we don't need to be rocket science, but 100% with what Joan mentioned, that when we look at ourselves, we acknowledge this, are we not supposed to do something about it? And this is the reason why I'm speaking what I'm speaking, why I'm going to continue. I'm never going to stop. And now I am going to expose every single one of them. I don't care who they are. There's no, in the law, there's no exemption notices for these people to go around abusing, messing about, mistreated. It's not acceptable. We're not going to tolerate this. Joe, before I go to the next person, Yobon, were you going to say something there, young man?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, so sorry to hear about UK's experience as a journalist and everything else. She's not the only person that's been persecuted and, a victim of, exposing the truth. Another person that also spoke out as a journalist was Caroline. I spoke to her personally, and she mentioned when she, I think it was the director of Mermaids, Susie Green, whose daughter was going for a sex transition, and she called her for her biological, gender, which was a boy, or was she a girl wanting to become a boy? But anyway, she got into trouble, and she was heavily persecuted. There was, the mob outside her house. I think her husband was arrested for having something to do with pedophilia. She claimed he was from what she mentioned, he was innocent, but she went through a very difficult time. Kate Godfrey Fawcett, who was a psychologist and psychiatrist, and she exposed all this sexualization in regards to the RSC in schools, and she was taken to court by the NSPCC, and she basically lost her practice. She was removed from psychiatry and psychology, and she was basically told if she takes back everything she's said and everything she's exposed, she can remain as a psychiatrist and a psychologist, and she'll keep her practice. But no, she said everything I've mentioned is factually backed. So the court couldn't prosecute her, because when everything was checked and proof read, she had factually backed up everything she mentions, about the All About Me program, the Sexwise website that was encouraged by the government, which speaks about anal, rimming, oral, all kind of sexual practices. So she was removed from her, profession. Jeffrey Mason, who exposed Sigmund Freud's, works in his hidden archives, which he looked up to Sigmund Freud. He was a great fan of Sigmund Freud, and himself as a psychoanalyst, he was given the job by Anna Freud, Sigmund Freud's daughter, to study Sigmund Freud's hidden archives. So he becomes a director, and as a fan of Sigmund Freud, somebody who looks up to him as the father of psychoanalysis, when he learns about the disturbing truths and facts about what Freud was doing, he whistleblows, he speaks out, he's removed from his role as the director of Sigmund Freud's hidden works, his archives. A lawsuit is put against him, which went on for about 7 years to 10. It cost about $10 million. I don't think he lost the lawsuit. However, he was removed from his profession as a psychoanalyst, and he wrote a book. It's called The Assault on Truth, and he exposes Sigmund Freud for who he really is. And then he had to leave the country. He becomes a zoologist. He had an interest in animal behavior, so he goes into that field, and also goes into philosophy. So there's been many people that have been persecuted and removed from their professions because of they've been exposing the truth. And we have to, Judith Reisman, another person who exposes the works on Alfred Kinsey. She exposes his chapter 5, table 34, where he's experimenting on babies as young as 5 months, but there's more evidence that's brought to light. There was the babies who were as young as 2 months old. And, so people, all these figures, respect to them, they're brave, they sacrifice their lives, their careers to bring out the truth, to expose the truth. And I also like to say thanks to Matty for jumping on earlier on. What he said was imperative. It's extremely important to bring live cases, to the people's attention. Joan gave a couple of live cases of that 13-year-old girl who was basically, on the internet, exposing her nude body to 200 predators who were getting off on of her at the age of 13, and she mentions that her friends have also been involved in this. So this is extremely disturbing, and we do need to know about it. And Matty also brought to our attention about the case of that 3-year-old girl. Now, this is extremely disturbing, shocking, and vile. That 3-year-old dragging her privates on the ground because she's been taught in school that is pleasureful. These are live cases, and there's many more live cases. So it's a disturbing, grim, horrible topic to be speaking about, but it is affecting our children. And I'd just like to say thanks to everybody that's brave enough to speak out against it. So yes, we do need to be careful. Look, we're all targets, and but we also have a responsibility to humanity and to innocent young children. So unless we're together and we're fighting this together, and we're uniting to get this message out, nothing else can be done. I mean, let's go back to Alfred Kinsey, who releases his book on the sexual behavior of the male, the sexual behavior of the female. This guy's experimenting on children with his pedophile friends, friends like Rex King, who was a vile pedophile, and he's doing all this, and he's doing it under the guise of collecting data funded by the Rockefellers. But when the conservative Christians and the public hear about this, and there's a fight back, it becomes so it becomes so messy, and so it becomes very disturbing and scary for these big elite organizations who are backing Alfred Kinsey, that the Rockefellers withdraw their funding to the Kinsey Institute, and the Rockefellers are now scared that they might be taken to court. So this was done by the public. This was done by some conservative elites, people that were disturbed by what Kinsey was doing, sexualizing the public, the American population. And then Kinsey's basically he gets in trouble because he imports a huge load of pornographic materials from Germany, and they get confiscated and looked into. And Kinsey says, well, it's just about collecting data. But anyway, that goes on. Before he can go to court, he dies. So, I think Wilhelm Reich also dies a year later or a year before, but they both die. And, but
So can I just? I'm so sorry, but can I just jump in there about Alfred Kinsey and how he died?
yeah, of
He
course,
died from he died from a disease called orchitis, which affects the genital area of men. Don't exact. It's something to do with the penis to begin with, because if a man has his penis off, I think that's called an orchectomy or something like that. So it's from the same word, and this was actually powered by his love of masturbation, his love of orgasms. And sometimes he found them very difficult to get. And he was a prolific masturbator before he got married. And there's also evidence that what the love of his life was actually a young man. So he was homosexual as well, wasn't he, Az?
Yeah, he was he identified as a bisexual.
But he actually, I mean, this is how creepy these people are. He actually used to get an orgasm from using a toothbrush up his penis, bristle side first. He didn't know how to get an orgasm in the end because he was running out of ideas, and he actually strapped his testicles up on some kind of ligature, threw it over a beam, strapped himself by the testicles. I don't even know how he did it. He had been quite a fit man in his day, but he strapped himself up by his testicles in order to orgasm.
Yeah.
And he also circumcised himself in the bath. Can you imagine the mess?
Yeah.
And it was his wife that used to have to clean up after all the sessions in the attic when they were filming. And I'm pretty sure I've seen a film of her masturbating in a university back in the 60s. You know, these people had, and there was even a pop song about Alfred Kinsey. So yeah, I couldn't help it. So I had to get that one off my chest.
No, I'm glad you did, Joan. I'm absolutely glad. You know, look, we need people to basically add on what we're saying. If they've got any of their own research, yes, speak out. And you're absolutely right. And remember, Joan, this person, Alfred Kinsey, was he won a Nobel Prize. He was called the champion of the American people by 2 presidents. He's seen in a very positive light. Liam Neeson plays him in the movie Kinsey. Until today, he's recognized as a champion, you know, a Stonewall icon, you know, and his free love relationship with his wife, where his wife can have, you know, whoever she wants to have sex with. They openly have multiple sexual partners. Kinsey's got his and his wife's got hers, and this is what he was promoting in the sexual behavior of the male and the female. He didn't want women to just open the legs to their husbands and just be used as an object. Well, we know that's not true, but anyway, he was promoting free love to women, that they should go out and they should have multiple sexual partners and experiment and explore and adventure and all sorts.
He didn't actually put it like that in his classes, but even the women who were overseeing the girls' college where he was giving lectures were very, very uncomfortable with him. You know, there were people questioning him at every step of the way, and yet they never got heard. You know, it's like the previous lady was saying, you know, the whistleblowers just get blown away, don't they? So it wasn't like he didn't have any opposition. There was that moral backbone still to the country of America, to the country people of America. But he helped to erode it, didn't he?
Yeah, but can I just say one thing?
An orgasm to him was called a unit. That was one thing I wanted to say.
Yeah.
A unit.
Yeah, so what I want to lead on from that is because you said unit. Now, everything in the scientific academic world, if it has to be a social science, yeah, it has to be qualitative and quantitative. So that old man Kinsey stood there with a stopwatch while people were interfering with babies, saying that they could orgasm X amount of times in such and such minutes or hours or days or whatever. And that now has been accepted as a science. This is the sick thing that I want to get across. That has been accepted as scientific just because he stood there with a stopwatch watching babies getting raped or whatever. However do you make a flipping baby orgasm? So now the terminology that children are sexual from birth is so important, because leading on from that, you had the sexual revolution, in the 60s, free love, yeah? And then from there on in, 9 out of 10 paedophiles get away with their crimes. Well, why wouldn't they if they've scientifically determined that children are sexual from birth? So that is the most abhorrent thing that could ever happen in humanity, because they are justifying paedophilia, saying that children are sexual from birth. That's very profound, and it's the most profound thing that you can say that is profaning this earth.
Yeah, I agree. And that's what they wanted to tarnish and demolish. And there's no better way of demoralizing a whole society, is it, than demoralizing their children? And can I just say that if anyone wants to look up anything about Kinsey, a good starter point is a film that you can find on YouTube. It's quite ancient by now, and it's called Kinsey's, Kinsey Pedophiles. And it's very
I
revealing about the character that Kinsey was.
I don't think that's available on YouTube anymore, Joan. It came up
Oh,
on my
really?
memories. It came up on my memories yesterday. I went to repost it, and it told me it was no longer available. I have got it in my emails, but I'm just saying I tried to repost it straight from YouTube because I think it was something like 2021 we first shared it, and it wasn't available. So I haven't tried with a VPN on yet because I didn't have time.
Okay, but I mean, there will be material about Kinsey on YouTube, I
Yeah.
would imagine.
I think the
Hopefully.
best way to access Kinsey is through Judith Reisman's works.
Yes.
She done like
Yes.
a comprehensive, exposure on Kinsey, and she was trying to take you right to the top. So, if you want to learn about Kinsey, I think the best way to do it is just go directly to Judith Reisman's works. She speaks about chapter 5, table 34, the experiments on young babies and all that. But Kinsey, I mean, he's got a dark history. He's basically brought up in a conservative Christian family. His father was a very strict Christian. He'd take them to church multiple times during the week. He definitely didn't want Kinsey masturbating or exploring his, sexuality. And eventually Kinsey, gets kicked out by his father, and Kinsey becomes an atheist, and he does a total U-turn on what his father's been basically teaching him and everything at home. And Kinsey believes religion is an issue why people are not expressing their sexuality. So he wants to get rid of religion. He wants to get rid of morality. He thinks these are barriers. And he's studying Sigmund Freud's works, his polymorphous perverse theory. Children are, sexual from birth and their first sexual experiences with their mother. And then he's in correspondence with Wilhelm Reich, who's a direct student of Freud's works. And Reich's the one who's really expanding on free love. Reich is the one who coins the sexual revolution term in the 30s, and Reich's the one who comes up with the orgone theory and his machine, which he denies is a sex machine, but he basically ends up in prison because he believes that it can remove cancer and treat cancerous tumors and everything. But Kinsey's in direct correspondence with Reich, and Reich's the one who's really big on orgasms. So yeah, just wanted to end you on that.
Look, two things. Firstly, I've just seen Khan just come back in. I think that's one of your guests. If he requests, I'll get him in. Because there's issues where people are actually trying to find information. Yeah, you are going to find information that is probably going to get covered up. But however, if anybody's got any originals, we need to get it out there. So Gwen, I mean, obviously I'm not able to do it at the moment for another 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, just anything that they're trying to ban, we'll just put it on the website for everybody because they can't stop that side of it.
I was just going to suggest that, Randy. I was just going to suggest I got multiple links I need to send you to go on the website regarding this. I did find Kinsey's pedophiles in I think it was something like 6-7 sections, but the original one what Joan was referring to, I think is almost 2 hours long. It is quite long. But then, like I said, like she said, what was her name? I forget her name. The lady that
60 Minutes production
Judith, yeah,
from
Judith.
Australia.
Yeah, Judith, she spent over 40 years, researching and campaigning against Kinsey.
Yeah, so just keep
and
all
do you
of
know
them.
why? And do you know why, Rangi? Because her own daughter was raped at the age of 8. And also, someone in the family said to her, in a roundabout way, did she provoke him? And those words rang through her head to such an extent that she went she dedicated the rest of her life to actually exposing Alfred Kinsey.
Sorry.
Oh,
No, it's called the Kinsey syndrome, and it is on YouTube.
there's more than one.
That's the one. 2
Yeah.
hours and 44.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the one I'm on about, because it's all on there, Martina.
Oh, okay. So it's in fact the Kinsey syndrome, and
It's on YouTube.
on YouTube. But the
Yeah.
one I was talking about was a shorter one. It was called Kinsey's Paedophiles.
Yeah, I have seen Kinsey's pedophiles. I have seen the Kinsey syndrome. I've seen the videos on the Kinsey scale. And yeah, you're right. The Kinsey pedophile. I'll have a look. I might even have that saved somewhere. But I do remember going through that in 2019.
This information needs to be out there. So I'm going back to something simple, what Joan mentioned. We all need to decide what we're doing, what yous are doing. Staying silent is not an option. Yes, there's going to be obstacles. We've seen a lot of campaigners in the past who have been speaking up who are no longer with us. Now, one of the things that I'm always saying is, why don't people just come forward for any clarity, get the evidence, get the information, and get it out there? Because if 1 million of us do it, how are they going to shut 1 million people down? And on top of that, when 1 million people put the evidence and information out, we're reaching the masses. And we need to keep pushing and pushing, because what's at stake is our children, our grandchildren, their lives are at stake. And this definitely involves pedophiles, involves grooming gangs, and their aim is just to abuse and rape children. That's their ideology. I know somebody mentioned Rockefellers or who they are. They're a bunch of pedophiles in my eyes. Okay, there's nothing special about them. So when we're talking about this education, they know about it, and they're pushing it down our throats. And going back, I mean, who owns all these corporate companies? We need to get away from these. We need to have a bit of simple common sense ourselves. You don't need rocket science. You don't need to be qualified. For those who are qualified, you want information and evidence, no problem. You understand? Get it off them. But don't hold back.
Rangi, can I just add something to what you said? There is such yes, we're opening the door to lots of things, and some of them are fetishes and disgusting behaviour, but of a type we could never imagine. The normal public, unless it's been highly, highly, highly contaminated by porn, could never imagine the fields that these people go to graze. So, for example, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health was in cahoots at one time, in some way or another, with an organization called the Eunuch, something or other. And in this association, everyone knows what a eunuch is. It's a man who's been castrated, isn't it? And they used to be highly prized for their voices, and they used to be in king's courts in I don't know how many different countries, but they had an elevated position. The eunuchs did, the castrated men. And I suppose they had their own little ways and their own little followings. I don't know that much about it. But it's
Yeah,
basically a
just
man
to
that's being castrated. So there are people. This is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. The, you know, the people that sign off with a gold signature that are supposed to have all the answers, and they're shambles. And it's been revealed that they were actually associated with this society, whatever it was, the eunuch something. If you look it up, the eunuch files W path. The eunuch files W path. And you can look it up for yourselves. And so all I'm saying, Rangi, is that there are people out there with desires and fetishes that the average man could never comprehend. How can you get a sexual kick out of looking at children that are being dismembered, young boys that are being dismembered? And some of the people associated with it were professionals, you know. So this is the kind of shoddy outfit we've got ruling the show. They're
Well,
degenerates. They're degenerates.
they're more than degenerates. I'm going to go in that in a second. But as did you want to add something on there before I say something?
Yeah, I've been speaking about Sigmund Freud and Crowley and Kinsey and Rake and all the usual suspects. Somebody very important and imperative to this timeline that I keep forgetting to mention. And since Joan was on the transgender thing, I wanted Joan to speak out more about it because she has done a little bit more research into this figure. John Money, and he has a very dark story, and that needs to be told. So if you can bring John Money into this.
Before she
Um,
comes, I'll let
John
John did.
John Money. I'm not sure I've got more knowledge than you, and I certainly don't have such an acute memory as you do. But John Money was basically a fraud. And I've seen a lecture by a cohort of his at one time. I can't remember, was he a pediatrician that was speaking? And he was calling John Money out. And he was calling him out on moral grounds. Not just on moral grounds, but on the principle of do no harm. This man, John Money, was a New Zealander who went to America and made good, and was a bit of a fraud in many senses because he said that he'd studied medicine, but had he, but he became a big name in psychology and therapy. And John Money was an out and outer, actually, a very dubious man, as they all are. And it turned out that John Money, as I was saying before, in this particular talk, he was known to other psychiatrists as a weirdo, as someone that was just going out on a limb, someone that was chancing therapies that they would never ever recommend in clinics for children that had sexual problems, for example, and they knew that he was messing about with children that were born intersex and trying to determine their birth mechanically, surgically, at a very early stage. Well, with intersex children, sometimes you cannot tell their sex properly until they reach puberty because the testes might be inside them. And then all of a sudden, they hit puberty and voila, you've got a man or you've got a woman, they're menstruating or whatever. It is a very tricky area, and there's over 40 conditions of intersex. So everyone felt that he was overstepping the mark. his contemporaries did. And he would advise very extreme therapies when they would have been cautious. They would have watched and waited, and that was the kind of influence that John Money had, because somehow or other he came on the TV, and he was heavily pushed, heavily promoted, like Kinsey and like all the rest of them, and he was an imposter, and he was doing harm. Would you like to tell the story about the twins that he
No,
treated?
I'd let you carry on with that, John, because I think you're doing a great job on, speaking about John
Oh,
Money.
okay. Only got a shallow knowledge on the man, although I think I've got a book
Yeah,
of his
the, the,
and I
the,
haven't read it.
the twins' story is very, very important.
Yeah,
So,
this is the whole thing that tipped the balance, was that at one stage in I can't remember the decade. I don't know if it was early 60s, late 50s, but there was a
I think it
couple
was
that did.
60s, yeah, the
Was
60s.
it in the 60s? Yeah, there were two identical. I think they were identical twins called Reimer, and they came from a working class family. And one of the twins, well, both of the twins were being circumcised. I don't know whether it was for medical reasons or for religion. I don't think whether religious reasons or whatever. But circumcision is another dark alley to go down. Let me tell
Only
you.
one got circumcised.
What happened was that the person using the machine was not familiar with it, and it was a super duper new type of machine. And what they did with that particular twin, one particular twin, was to actually, I think it was some kind of a laser, perhaps.
No, it was electric.
Was it
Yeah,
electric?
yeah. They frazzled his fucking
Yeah.
brain.
Oh, yeah,
That's
definitely.
what it did.
And the poor child's penis was completely burnt to the point where it was sort of breaking off. So what did they do? What does John? The parents hear about John Money and his reputation, and they're desperate. And this is a working class family that doesn't know any better anyway, and they're trying to do the best for their child. So they go to John Money, and he decides that, oh, well, you know what? Let's bring him up as a girl. You know, I can do that. I can sort of resculpt him, and, my team will fix him up so that he's a she. And you give her dolls to play with, you give her frocks to put on, you give her everything that's feminine, and she'll be brought up thinking that she is a girl. It didn't work. It didn't work because that child was deeply disturbed. And by the time he was maybe 6 years old, he was disruptive, and the other girls didn't like him. He was aggressive. He was having social problems in school. And also, bear in mind that these two identical twins had to report back to John Money on a fairly regular basis so that he could log his success. Only his success. That's the only thing that mattered.
Do you want to also add, Joan, about how he had the twins, basically, having sex with each other on that as
That's
well?
what I was leading up to. I was leading up to that. So he had therapy sessions with these twins, and it would involve the twins simulating sex one with another. And I think there was something to do with the pencil that he did as well. And the parents wouldn't have known about this. They wouldn't have known how disturbing this was for their children, And the children would come back and they would be morose and in a bad mood and they didn't want to go back to John Money. And it just got worse and worse to the point where I think his name was, I can never remember his names. I think he was Bruce, and then he changed to Brenda, and then Brenda, because she was having so much trouble in school, or he was rather, and was so, he was kicking off the traces that, his natural, his natural metabolism was obviously there right from the word go. He was a boy. You can't pretend that a boy is a girl and get away with it. And that was the story that should have come out about John Money, because both of those twins, the one that had been a boy all along, whose penis was okay, he wasn't fine. He wasn't fine at all, because he'd had to put up with sexual abuse from John Money. He'd had to put up with all the torment that his brother was giving him as well, and the turmoil that he'd lived through, and probably the more, I don't know, identical twins, they have a special bond, don't they? A very special bond that a lot of people don't have. So he committed suicide first. And then poor Bruce, stroke Brenda, stroke, when he, I can't remember the name he ended up choosing, but he actually married a woman and she'd already got children. And I don't think even that worked for him. I mean, how could it? He was non-functioning. He needed deep, deep therapy in order to cope with the reality of his situation. Instead of having surgery and therapy to convince him the opposite. It just does not work. It was never intended to be. But yet John Money came out of that with flags flying. And that was, he helped to launch transgenderism. Yeah. Horrible
Just
story.
Thanks, John.
let me just add on myself for a second, because I've listened to quite a bit there, and one of the things that we kept going into is, we know these issues and problems, but it was about how do we wake the public up, how we're going to wake them up, how to do our public awareness to get people to wake up against these problems. The solution is actually right in front of us. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some simple questions. Does anybody not know about the pedophilia problem that is going on in the United Kingdom today? Everybody knows about it. It's in public media everywhere. Does anybody not know about the grooming gang out there today? The grooming gangs we're talking about in general. Everybody knows about it. So while it's everybody that's learned about it, the bit that they've not known about, which is what we're talking about, is the pedophilia within the system. The grooming gang within the system. See, I like to bring it layman language for the layman people to understand. It's very, very simple. You're, as grown-ups, if you're at work, if you have sexual conversations, it's known as sexual harassment. It's illegal. Yet these people are going to our babies for the love of God. Our 4-year-old babies, teaching them about anal sex, teaching them about masturbation, teaching them and grooming them, goading them, telling them it's our secret, keep it between us, you don't need to tell the parents. This is grooming happening. This is how we need to join these things together, because what I understand that the topic is very complex, because we're trying to bring in how the education department is involved within the pedophilia system. Okay. And globally, this is a reality. So we need to focus on bringing the layman language, getting it out there, letting people know, because right now everybody knows, but they're distracted. What they're distracted about, they're thinking this is happening just in the public, completely in the public. Either they'll always want to blame. This is how the devil works. makes you look over here while he's robbing, raping over here. Okay? We need to let people know how the devil works, how the system is. Now they're getting exposed. We need to expose them. I'm going to be exposing every one of them. We need to talk about this. And it's good that we are now starting to bring historical information with the education side, how it's linked up, and who's actually bringing the education in. Who is these replicant people that are supposed to be really pious? Well, they're actually known pedophiles. So we're actually getting instructions of how to teach our children through pedophiles. What a joke. And I want to remind people, pedophile is a real thing. Especially in the West, it's a massive thing. If you learn about the Epstein files, you know all of our parliaments, everybody's involved. Okay? They just don't want to talk about it. Nigel Farage is in the Epstein files. Okay? You don't have to think Keir Starmer isn't. Keir Starmer had also been helping Jimmy Savile, who's responsible, I'll remind everybody, 500 babies. Somebody's sons and daughters. Don't ever forget. We seem to think that these things are happening, we forget about it. No, there's tens of thousands of children raped every single year in the United Kingdom. So this problem, is it there? Absolutely. Are people aware of it? Yes, they are. What we need to do is start drip feeding them, giving them the links and helping them. So I gave an example earlier. I mean, for example, I'll give you a live example. You got Gwen's sister on the top in Wales right now. When parents are learning about this, she's making the effort, making the time, getting the information, getting the documents, getting the curriculum out, and going with them parents. This is power. This is all about information and knowledge. And we need to continuously do that. Go on,
Sorry,
Gwen.
Randy, can I just come in with you a minute? A question
Yeah.
for the bond, right? So just like Public Child Protection Wales have got the documents in one place, the research you have done, Bon, is that available for the public or?
So
I'll answer that 1 second, Yvonne, because I know there's a lot in that question.
You've got that in
So
one place?
the research that he's doing right now, it is a lot. But one thing is for sure, for your question, is it going to be made available? Yes, it is. Every bit of it, because I need him to take his time, because over this last 10 days, he's literally been in front of the computer, digging it out again and again, and going through historical, including his own information. So yes, all of that, in my eyes, is going to be available for everybody. Okay. Now, Yvonne, I don't know whether you might want to add something yourself. I don't know.
yeah, so basically everything I'm doing, I'm proof checking it, I'm bringing in different sources, references, who are the people that basically put this information out? Are they credible? We need this information to be factual. So a lot of work goes into it. I've done 2 workshops already, and the next workshop is I'm basically just working on how Freud and his family have influenced the British schooling system, politics, the media, and everything else. His links to the elites, also figures from the royal family, all that. I mean, this is just information that's already out there. I'm just proof checking it and just putting it into a workshop. That workshop, I will be sending it out. It will be available to anybody that, either on your LCS news website. But yeah, that information will be going out. I'm going to break it down into workshops so they can be used in presentations, and they're easy to read, understand, and I'm just breaking it all down, and it's a lot of information, a lot of work. It takes hours and hours, to put together, and so it will be available.
And can I just say how important this is? Even though some people might think, oh, it's a little bit off course or whatever. No, it isn't. Because Edward Bernays in America, who was a huge influencer, I'm sure everyone's heard of him by now, was related to Freud. he was the father of propaganda and admits it himself. He even wrote a book about propaganda and advertising propaganda. He was the one that probably got my mother to smoke in the 1930s with introducing, when he was working for Lucky Strike, the cigarette company, and he managed to persuade film stars, female film stars, to be puffing away like a steam train all through the films. So he had a massive influence, and he was also involved with the CIA. And you'll find that a lot of these people are involved with the CIA as well. Well, Bernays was Freud's nephew, okay, but his family had fled to America rather than to England like Sigmund Freud did. He was heavily related to the Freuds. He was both his sister's, Freud's sister Anna. He was his, what was he? I think he was his son, her son, and also his brother had married in to another sister of the Freuds. Come on. Are these all coincidences? I think not. And his grandson, Edward Bernays' grandson, was one of the founders and CEOs of Netflix. And Netflix, as I hope we all know by now, is out there as a propaganda machine. So that's, yeah, I wanted to add that. It's really important that we understand these things.
Yeah,
It's all right.
that's why I asked Randy, because at the moment, I mean, it took a while to get all the documents together for Public Child Protection Wales, and with the timescale now and what's going on with children now and how damaged children are now, it would be helpful for it all to be in one place rather than, it'd be so helpful for parents. I mean, we know this information, but this, because we've researched it, but the mothers and fathers out there don't, do they?
I totally agree with you. Which I'm hoping will be on the one place in general, but one place is not exactly safe anymore. If you understand these networks, they'll try to block them or whatever that happens. But obviously, with everything that your bond is now researching and bringing forward, he will be presenting that whole information to Child Protection Wales for them to have a look at it, because they need to approve it before they put it up. So yeah, 100% they could do that. With LCS News, once we've approved it ourselves, we just get on with it, because at the end of the day, every child matters, and the longer we leave these issues and problems, the more of our children are going to fail. The more rapes are going to continue. The more grooming now is happening. So, for example, when we're talking about pedophilia, which everybody knows about in United Kingdom, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, even in Australia, America, Canada, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, the list goes on. You see, we know this is happening. Okay, so everybody learnt about it. The problem is everybody is made to believe that this is just in the public. No, the reason why a lot of it is in the public, because they're trying to with the propaganda, is trying to make everybody feel and believe slowly but surely, before we know it, that this is normalized. It's acceptable. I mean, I've got videos where there's lectures taking place, and there's women talking on this lecture saying that pedophiles, they shouldn't be victimized, they should be supported. What the hell is the matter with this sick people? These are the kind of people we give positions of power, and they tantalize words to make these words that are heinous words, heinous crimes, but try to make them feel nice, slowly but surely. No, they're not nice. They're heinous crimes, and it's overall to conceal what they're doing within the system. And whether you talk about the higher people, cabal and all this Zionists, they're all the same, kitty fiddling problems. They just don't know what to do about it, but they're trying to, overall, what's happening? Who's paying the price for it? Our sons, our daughters are paying the price for it today. And we need to stop questioning ourselves, question the topics. For example, look, we're talking about RSE here now, at school education. Anybody that wants information, look, we keep putting it in Child Protection Wales .org. Gwen, if you put it in there again, you could go and witness it yourself. Have a look at yourself. You want to learn more? It's easy. Just ask the question. There are people right now that will speak about these and will fact check and bring it to you. What you're feeling to understand is our system, our fraudulently run operations in the parliament are passing bills without us knowing, without understanding, without reasoning, with no morals or standards in their heads, that are just passing things along, and then we are questioning. Then, because, you know, this is the wrong thing to do. Because then they implement it, make it look like, and the people who are conditioned, who don't understand, who believe in what the authorities are doing, they think, oh well, it must be right. It must, because they're conditioned. We need to break that conditioning. Okay. So, for example, I gave it earlier on in 2011. The first time I learned about was in November in 2011 when they were trying to pass a bill to legalize sex at the age of 13. Was that right? Of course it wasn't. Everybody is against it. But what everybody failed to understand, who in the parliament with this kiddie fiddling mentality, pedophile ideas in the parliament trying to pass these bills to begin with. Now, I'm going to explain to you very, very simple where this is leading. So if you look at America, which is ahead of us, every state apart from one has legalized child marriages, which is now they're trying to push into England. Wake up, public. Stop thinking too much. It's, you know, all we need is some simple common sense. Okay? I know people are going to say, and even I say, there's a lot of common out there with no sense. However, people need to be critical thinking. Use your own God-given mind. Being skeptical is fine. I mean, skeptical is good. It's healthy. But there's a fine line in between being skeptical and being stupid. Okay? We're dealt with these issues and problems. We need to deal with them. And people can't deny it no more in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland. You can't deny it. You can't get away from it. You know we have a pedophile problem. You know we have a child trafficking problem. You know we got a grooming problem. You know, and this also is taking place within the authorities. And what we got to do is we got to keep running behind them. No, we don't need to run behind them. They work for us. Remember that. This is where we go wrong. Oh no, it's the authorities. What do we do? Whose authorities? My authorities? Get a grip. These are people are beneath us, not above us. So when we're telling them we don't want this happening, they better pay attention. If they don't pay attention, that's called dictatorship. That's called legalizing now, trying to push towards legalizing pedophilia. Again and again, I hear these things. And let me tell you something, it breaks me inside to think that why are we listening to these people? And you know, this is why I want to stick to the ground floor, because the ground floor, the public need to be aware. And then once everybody's aware, you need to take responsibility of the whole thing. If not, you know, there's people out there probably thinking, oh, well, it's not happened to my son. It's not happened to my daughter. Well, let me tell you something. Your kids are on the list. Your grandkids are on the list. We're not exempt. Nobody. It doesn't matter what color you are, what creed you are, what religion you are, what background you're from. These people don't care. And this is going to start creeping bigger and bigger, which is part of the 2030 agenda of theirs. This is when we're talking about, the sister mentioned about the elites. Man, we don't care about the elites. I'll tell you why. Because nobody wants to take responsibility. When you start going up the ladders, what you find is everybody flees. Everybody wants to look the other way while they're abusing a whole country. Not one person or two people or one town or city. The whole nation is burning today. And we're not waking up. For the love of God, how can we not wake up? Everybody's child is at risk, and everybody needs to take responsibility. Like Joan said, what are we going to do? Everybody needs to look in their own self, in their own heart. Are we just going to stay silent? Are we going to allow this to continue to take place? Including social services scandal plays a massive part in all of this. We have a problem. We acknowledge it, and we act on it. We don't just watch it. We act on. This is where I'm grateful to, people like John and CPC that they act on it. And there's loads of other topics that are affecting our children, whether it's your poisonous water that you got to pay for, which is unfit for human consumption. You got the 5G, you got the COVID, BS taking place, which we've already lost. 100 million people have lost their lives over just that COVID-19. And people are still questioning, what are you questioning about? How many sticks of dynamite do I need to put between your heads before I light it up before you wake up? Or is it going to be that it's going to wait until it hurts your home, it targets your children before you wake up? And we got to now behave like community members, because whether it's somebody else's daughter, it's like my daughter. Somebody has a mother, sister, wife being abused. We've got to stand together. We've got to stand up. And I'm going to keep saying this again and again and again until people wake up. Law, you've been in there for a little while there. I do apologise. Is there anything that you might want to add on to, in general, the conversation?
I was just going to say, I didn't want to butt in because I don't want to be like Yvonne, you know what I mean? Because he just talks to, I'm joking, we've both, it's just that there's some level of people here of we know that not to over talk. On the station I was on earlier, it was 3 people trying to talk at once, so you can't get it all out. The whole fundamental thing of it is it's been planned for years, this, which is not only the 2030, it's been going on for hundreds of years. But then in the right of it is, I think the best description of it is a mental problem to the elite. They're called psychopaths. So anybody that's in the EU, anybody that's in the the puppets of the parliament, they're all exactly the same. As we know, in the Labour force at the moment, which obviously, I'm the only one that ever voted him in, because I met nobody. I'm joking. Nobody voted him in. So with this WF, with this WHO, and with the new thought of it that there's going to be a war, because we're at war with Russia, which I found out last July, that when people are going to wake up, that all these top corporations are not for the people. So the question is, when do people say, right, we've had enough, we're not going to work? So from not going to work, if they've got money to survive, that's what they've got to do. Not just, I've got to go work somewhere and speed and be very, with stress and anxiety. In fact is, if everybody was to learn to do that, their life would actually change for the better. Not talking in weeks, I'm talking in days, because the actual government would have to drop. Do you know what I'm saying? It can't keep on going on like this. It's a continuation of when, everybody's fed up with Labour, right? Because it's exactly the same as what happened to the Conservative Party. It was only 14 years, because with Blair and the guys that are involved in that, they're all exactly the same. It's a big betting system. It represents like a magistrate court. The ball goes one way and then it comes back. It goes the other way, it comes back. So with the so-called parliament at the minute, which is to do with paedophilia, to do with transgender, to do with the prison sentence of the schools, and on it goes with the police that are represented by the councils for some reason, which I've got a lovely little call for them tomorrow, because I'd like to have some information, which I'll be able to do quite promptly and very, very illiterate. We've not had to write, just talk, because it'll be taped. When it comes to everybody's mind, they've got to realise that until they want it stopped, it's not just talk, it's actually do. So if you've got a job at a Tesco's, as one example, and everybody said, right, that's it, we've had enough of this country because it's just getting out of hand, then you see the likes of Tesco's first come across, oh, we don't mind. Yeah, you will, because then the actual bloke at the top will actually be very, very angry. That's just an example of everything. The police force, the so-called army that is now minimal. It's, it might be 65,000 people. Unfortunately, those under oath, and when they go to war, they're not allowed to tell you about it. And when they come out, if you represented like holding the coffin of Princess Diana when he was on the streets, he died. So it goes on and on and on. people got to wake up. This ain't just to do with paedophilia. Now, this has all been planned for years by all the mental problem of society, and it's getting worse and worse and worse until people wake up. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I'm just going to add one thing in
Go on,
that,
buddy.
because you mentioned Russia. We in the West, we have a propaganda that always demonizes countries. Okay, unfortunately, all the countries they've been demonizing are the right side of law, right side of the path, and it's the West that's actually the backward society, not the people, the system itself.
Correct.
But just with what Law just mentioned there about coming together, look, live example. Look at Romania. People woke up. They learned about the pedophile ring. The Epstein files came out. They knew about it. It involved their own parliament as well. What did they do? They stopped everything, shut everything down, and crippled the system and got rid of that parliament, got rid of everything. Investigations out. Look at Bulgaria, the very same thing. They've done the same thing. So what's happened to us? And I want to remind people, whether you're in England, Wales, Scotland, or Ireland, once upon a time, we were that nation where we would just hear about a child being mistreated or abused, and not even on the land, across the oceans, on another continent. And we would all speak up, raise our voice for that person, that child, to show them support. And right now, our nation is burning. Children are being abused, stolen, trafficked, raping is going through the roof, grooming is happening outside the authorities and inside the authorities. And what's happening? We're doing the blaming game. And Law is 100% right. This has been planned. And I explained to you, I could talk about, for a specific example now, people don't talk about the Zionists. Well, I couldn't give a damn about them. The Zionist in the mid-1800s, you can find it in the Albert Pike letter. If you don't have it, request it. We'll send you it. And it tells you very, very clear what the agenda is throughout the whole course of it, and to create 3 world wars. And when it happens, or when that time comes, Islamophobia fits in that. They need the Christians and the Muslims, because they're the biggest religions. They need to fight with each other. Why? For them to get away. So who are the Zionists? What's their teaching? Well, these are the same people that believe in their scriptures. Marrying a child, a 3-year-old, is okay. They're going lower and lower and lower. They're testing everybody. And we're going along with it. The more we go along with it, the more they're suffocating us. When are you going to wake up? When is the people going to wake up? And God forbid, it happens to your sons, your daughters tomorrow. Is that when you're going to wake up? Is it going to be another case of, look, we got UK at the bottom there, mentioned she's been going through for such a long time. There was no help and support. Look, right now, it is a golden opportunity. Everybody knows about the pedophile problem, okay? And everybody knows the whole of the West is involved. But forget the whole of the West. Let's just focus at home. Look, in England, very simple. Look, we mentioned earlier on about Jimmy Savile. Everybody knows about it. 500 babies. How many children we need to sacrifice? 500. And it still continues today in the system. I'm living in Bradford. I've learned about children in the care system here in Bradford area where they're sexually assaulted. Nobody's doing nothing about it. They're ignoring it. Who's ignoring it? The same local authorities saying that they're safeguarding children and child protection. What kind of nonsense is this? And then, for example, 1 second,
Sorry,
John.
can I just... just talking about children's homes. Did anyone look into King Cora Home in Belfast? Because it kept coming into the news, for decades. But
Well,
nothing was ever resolved. But I just wanted to say that MI5 was involved there. That's all.
No, that's fine, because I was coming into Ireland there. A lot of people, I mean, this is an old story. However, people still don't know about it. Where our children, there was near 800 children found, actually, 800 children's corpses were found in a septic tank in Ireland, in a particular place. That building was run by a bunch of nuns. Where did they get the children from? Have a good think about it. They got it from social. How can you ignore these things? And you know, we're talking about historical. Do you think that it's not happening right now? Please, right now it's even worse because this teaching is now officially bringing it into our own school, our education department, grooming our children about pedophilia. What kind of a sick system have we got? And the system has to go. All of them have to go. If they don't like me, what I'm saying, I couldn't care less if they don't like me, what I'm saying. If they got kidney fielding problems or mental health issues or like Law said, the psychopaths, well, I couldn't care less. They're on the wrong side of the truth, wrong side of history, and we're going to fight back. We're going to speak up against them. And it's everybody's responsibility to stand up and start doing whatever it takes to get the message out. And if you want to fight back, how many times have people heard me say over the last 2.5 years that for any further clarity, please get in touch, ask the questions, get the evidence, then it gives you the power to stand up firmly. You see, and I'm telling you, I've had hundreds of professionals, MPs, councillors, mayors, detectives, police, everybody knows about it. And what happens? They get sacked, removed, sent on the sick, but we're still waking them up. You see, now they can't do because they're part of the system. They're employed by the system. Reminding everybody who owns your social services. It has nothing to do with England, Wales, Ireland, or Scotland. It's owned by a private corporate company owned by foreign internationals. Who's your police? Very same thing. Who's your education? Very same thing. These all schools and academies are private corporate company. Hang on. Who, and we could go into NHS and all the other departments and your medical doctors, all the same. The paymaster is the same. The route is the same. So we know where the problem is, but how to tackle it, we deal with it at the bottom. We speak up at the bottom. We break silence at the bottom. So we don't have other people putting their lives at risk again and again. For me, even Child Protection Wales with Kimberly Sherwood and Joan and everything what they're doing, they still at some form of risk. So it's our responsibility. Start pushing the information out. Get it out there so people can actually see it. You know, if somebody's put Serco on, you know, last time I was actually looking at Serco, you need to follow where the bases are. See, Seco, the head office department, the last time I checked social services, the department is in a place called Texas. Now, if people don't know about Texas, Texas has had thousands, in the last 15 years, thousands of child arranged marriages. And, you know, this is where it comes from. Well, of course it's going to come from there. Who runs it? Back to square one. The Zionists. And then it is a little bit more. You could go into, is it real? The pedophile area where anybody who's a pedophile, you could go there for sanctuary. Yes, we have that. Everybody knows about that, which is today the longest standing raping organization that's been going on for how many years? 80 years. Genocide, 80 years. We've all been watching it for 80 years. And now it's coming home to roost. Why? Because they've been making us watch it for such a long time. We started to be immune to letting children being raped and robbed and abused and murdered and slaughtered and women again and again and again. Now it's coming home. What are you going to do now it's at home? How many are just going to sit on the bench line? And then you have groups like people like the traitors of the nation, like Tommy Robinson with his following group, that he's doing the distraction. While he knows who's doing it, but he wants to work with them. Why? Because he's on the payroll. Everybody knows this. And if you don't know about it, maybe go on my Facebook. There's a whole documentary on that. Him openly admitting that if we went to war with a particular place called Is It Real, that he'd be having weapons waiting there for all of us English people. It doesn't matter what color you are, what creed you are, what religion you are, what title you are. To get rid of all of us. Is this what you want? Now look, all you got to be is just you. All you got to be at the bottom level is just be you. Yesterday I was on live, you know, and bless this sister that came on. I'm not going to mention her name, but you know, for her, she was nervous, she was scared, she didn't want to speak up, and then she burst out crying. You know what I mean? Saying that she's grateful that people actually do speak up for her. But she needs to know that she's not alone. You know, when I normally ask for the public to help and support, it's for people like her, the most vulnerable out there. The ones that are victims of either child sexual abuse or the scandal or this grooming problem in or out the authorities. It's the same thing. They are victimized. Victims are being victimized on a daily basis in every town and city in the country, and we're just waiting. Waiting for what? You want to be a superhero? You're waiting for Scooby-Dooby-Doo and Tom and Jerry to come and bail you out? Wake up. That's the fictional world. In the real lifetime, everybody, long as we stand up together, there's nothing they could do. Not a single thing they could do. And in real lifetime right now, there is cases taking place, which I will be releasing it next week, where victims of child sexual abuse has been covered up by social services for the social services then to manufacture documents, concerns, crimes against the vulnerable victims and persecute the children. Victimized children committing perjury on them, manufacturing documents on the babies just to look the other way, but they were caught with their pants down. And right now, they've gone to such a level that they're trying to imprison victims of child sexual abuse so they don't speak up about it, so nobody gets to know about it. Why? Because something special about social workers. The women there. This is, do you think there's an exemption notices here? People need to wake up. They're giving exemption notices to each other. And I've even just seen a judge who's involved in that case, who has been helping and supporting the corruption. Can you believe this? Well, welcome to the real world. This is why we need to speak up. And you know, but I'm not digressing to the topic. This is a topic. The topic is our children. You know, I don't know what is going to make you wake up. What passion needs to come out of you? You understand? Or how many sticks of dynamite do I need to stick between your heads? But the solution is very simple. Everybody needs to wake up. Everybody who doesn't know about it, if you want any clarity, you want some information, we're more than happy to present it. Once you then learn about it, then you're in a position to do something about it. It's what I talk about is, you know, if you want to beat them with a stick, get information and knowledge is power. And this goes the same thing with the curriculum here. There's information there. It's on Child Protection Wales. Get that information, learn about it. And I really am proud of, for example, Gwen. I'll be very honest with you, over this last week, I've seen loads of people contacting her. She's making the effort, making the time. You know, maybe I'm going to do something for her as well to give her that support, build a team around her, because we need advocates. We need independent people who are open-minded, who understand this is wrong, and then you find the information and evidence from the curriculum and go to the school. You know, there's a saying in England, there's 100 ways of skinning a cat. Well, this is the kind of things that she does. I love it. You know what I mean? We need to protect our parents. And once you've done one parent or two parents or three parents in the school, it's a network after that. You then shut the school down if they continue with this nonsense. Remember, I'm going to mention this because they always talk about law, the law, the law. Look, they don't follow no law and they pretend and they bully, intimidate, threaten us. You know, we the public, if we follow the law, I want you to understand, that makes us the law-abiding people. And we have that back power and they can't stop anything. It's just they're expecting to make sure that we all stay silent with the propaganda that they're doing again and again and again. You know, I'm shocked actually after the Epstein files that have been released. I'm shocked about after the 9/11 that everybody knew that was a fraud. I'm shocked about the Iraq war, the Lebanon war. I'm shocked at this. I'm going through. How many sticks of dynamite do you need? Children have been murdered, persecuted. People have been persecuted. And we're still talking. And now it's come home now, hasn't it? So forget international now. It's happening at your doorstep. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not happening somewhere else now. It's happening at your doorstep. How can you refuse it? How can you just blind eye to it? The only people that get a blind eye to it are either part of pedophiles, grooming gangs, or part of the corruption. or part of the cult called the Cabal or the Zionist. I couldn't give a damn about all of them. It's a sickness. They have mental health issues. I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to go on a rant, but my responsibility is to wake people up. Sorry, John, were
Yeah,
you going to say something there?
yeah. I was just thinking as you were talking in that direction. Everything points towards reducing the population, and we were told years ago. Bill Gates told us that we can't carry on breeding like this. We haven't got the resources. It's out of hand. And the Family Planning Association it is heavily wedded to his train of thought, and it sprung out of a organization called the Eugenics Organization in America, which was responsible for sterilizing through laws and through influence, and they were propped up by various rich people, including Carnegie, who built libraries over here, very beautiful libraries. These people look like benefactors on one hand, they look like good people, but on the other hand, what are they sponsoring? Loss of human life. And some of the people that got sterilized had nothing more wrong with them than maybe a cleft palate or a squint eye or a club foot. And they didn't understand. They did not give informed consent to the operation that they underwent. So these are the kind of people we're talking about, 60,000 people. Not to mention India, when men were induced to get sterilization over there, sometimes in unhygienic situations, quite a few of them died for a transistor radio, which reminds me of the way that people were being induced to actually get mRNA experimental vaccine over here and all around the world. People need to look into the agenda that Rangi was talking about, the UN Agenda 2030, and realize what it's meaning for us as human beings, our status as human beings, our status as actual caring people, because this is a huge attack, a huge psychic attack on the world. And we have to be strong enough to endure it. And we can only do that by being honest with ourselves. Honest.
100%. I'm just going to add one thing. Look, this is just simple again. I like to bring it to layman language. In 2014, Bill Gates was telling everybody that, in his opinion, he needs to get rid of half of the population. That's 4 billion people with a B, not an M, not millions, but billion. 4. Yet later, when COVID-19 turned up, who created it? Bill Gates. And then we took the information and deceived by the same person who's already wants us unalived. Can you see the picture? And this is now the same thing with the school education. Who are these people that we're talking?
Rangi, can I just emphasize that the Planned Parenthood Association has been heavily involved in this? If you look at the
I agree.
references.
No, well, we're going to tackle all these things, but I'm just going to go into the education now. Who's teaching the education? Where does this information come from? Either pedophiles or said that they are pedophiles. Okay, so we actually now have pedophiles teaching us about pedophilia to our little babies. What on earth is wrong with people? How can you just sit there and allow this nonsense to take place? You see, it doesn't take rocket science, this. You understand? You are the power. Remind yourselves, you are the power. Stop being indoctrinated. It's just a matter of time before this collapses. and it will collapse. We can't have a living in a nation where they're trying to legalize pedophilia and everything else. Look, what I'm going to do is, Gwen, can you just take over for a few minutes? I'm just going to make myself a coffee because and calm down as well. If you give everybody the opportunity and thingy for each person that might want to add anything, feel free. But so I'm going to leave it. If I'm going to leave it to Gwen,
Go on,
I'm going to
buddy.
leave it
Yeah, go on, man.
just for 2 minutes.
Just don't take the. Don't take. I can't say it. Don't take the pee. In other words, don't use the toilet. I'm joking. Anyway, what I was going to say is, if anybody knows that it was our so-called after the king, which is not a real king, that's number one. Number two is his so-called son is not his son, as we know as well. It's to do with something to do with Antarctica. It's a place called Rothschild. And thirdly, is it a fact that why is he not the father of the so-called king? Secondly, Harry was to do with the army. You know where I'm coming here, right? So none of these are real. They're all batards, okay? Then thirdly, it was so-called William that's meant to be the next king. When it was in 2011, 2000, might have been 2000, yeah, about 2011, I believe, when he turned around and said, you know, the royalty should be cut and it should be into, I call it a democracy, all right, but a democratic country, all right? This was, like I say, if you say it's 14, 15 years ago. Well, why is he going to be taking over the leader of the WEF? And why is he with the likes of them type of people? They're all psychopaths. They're not for people. It's all planned. The jab. Okay, I personally didn't get the jab. Excuse me. I personally didn't get the jab. Well, my family did. And the reason why I weren't allowed to say nothing was because it's a consideration of it's a sheep people. Okay, so if you say go over there, that it's the people. How high do you want me to jump? Okay, it's not a degree of they're using their brains. So when it comes to the fact of getting this jab, they didn't know it's got AIDS in. That's number one. Okay, because Freddie Mercury obviously found that out because of his sexuality, but secondly was because it was man-made. All right, same as Ebola. Same as all of it. The one thing that really gets me was in 1919 when there was something called the Spanish flu. You know, it had nothing to do with America, as the world knows now. So you're talking, 50 million plus people dying. They was injected. They had the masks on, which weren't real masks. They was just like bits of cotton hanging over their mouths. 50 million. Now, in reality, how many people have died? All I do know, because I do speak to some top people, that when I always joke about and used to say to them, yeah, there's 1,000 people dying a week, and then when it turned around to me, right, so I'm going to get that checked out, right? And then the next day I went, did you get it checked? He went, yeah. And he said, guess everybody? And it was like 1,200, 1,500, 500. And he went, no, it's 2,500 a week in the UK. Okay, so when I actually asked him again, I said, has it gone up? This was a few months later. So let's say this was 2 months ago. I said, what's the actual depopulation? Because I sit on the BBC News and I do love Fox News as well, so that's where you'll hear it from. There is 4,000 people dying a week in the UK. I don't know how many people are dying around the world. It depends who's had this so-called jab. And the first thing I say, one, it's got AIDS. Two, it's got a high constant of cancer. So as soon as you've been injected, you've got cancer. Now, there's thousands of different types of cancer. But it's weird how, when it's happening, some of these people are like, what are you on about? It's just a fact. It's a truth. It's not good for you. Then, thirdly, why do they want to bring in compulsory? And why do they want to put a chip on you? And it goes on and on and on. So where there's 7 billion people on this planet, then how many, what is it? Is it even 1% of this it's not even 1% of this that's doing this. This is what we'd call the elites or the cabal of the 13 families, and they're not for the people. And I think it's not even to do with a lot of greed, as in money, because they're worth millions, billions, trillions. It's the fact that they'll never find happiness. They'll never find happiness. And so again, who's actually leading this? It's not Bill Gates. It's just a puppet, like obviously being told what to do by these top people. But then in reality, how long is it going to be before these actual people work out and go, this ain't good, because they said there ain't a God. There ain't God. It isn't for them. It isn't for them. They've taken the Satan jabby. All right. So when they've had that done, they don't realise when they go to God, because the soul comes out your body. I believe after 7 minutes, your weight decreases, and then your soul is out, and you're like, wow, oh, I'm dead. Look at that. Oh, I'm here now. Well, that is unlimited. That is like your soul lasts forever. But the ones that actually sell their souls, right, that drink the red blood and back the so-called reptilians, which could be some of the royal family, we wouldn't know. Because, I don't know, what's his name? Dracula. It's nothing to do with the King Charles. So with it all, it goes on and on and on until people wake up. So when it comes to a hospital, let's say NHS, they're not to be trusted. They're good at computers. They are related to a bloke that got it bang on. He was only doing it in Comedian Affair, which was Jane Williamson, where they'd come up and he'd go on the computer, and then he'd ask them a question, they'd be talking, he goes on the computer and he says, sorry, computer says no. This is the whole principle of people got to wake up. They'd be talking, he goes on the computer and he says, sorry, computer says no. This is the whole principle of people got to wake up to this, you know what I mean? So, I was speaking to Cheeky last night, and he said he's had like nearly 37, 38 of his family die because of the jibber jab. So it's not just a jibber jab as well, it's to do with the 33s of, let's say, because I always tell people this, but I love Tesco's, I love Marks and Spencer's, I love Sainsbury's, I love all these. I love them all. And Boots and Greg's. They're all the same. Do you know where I'm coming from here? You don't know what's in the actual product or what they're selling. It doesn't matter about money to them. It's to do with once we go down, they're actually depopulating people without them knowing it, and then secondly, they're having new babies, which they've been doing for years anyway, because they're over in Germany.
Law, when you talk about depopulating,
Yes.
I was just thinking about the family planning clinics up and down the country, the ones that Bill Gates is related to intimately through his father, that have a eugenicist program. One of the solutions, obviously, if you do get caught out in sexual experimentation, is an abortion.
Yeah, that's right.
And how far have we gone down the line before a school might organise an abortion for your daughter without your knowledge? How far down the line have we got? Because I think
a quick question to you,
I
Jane.
think it's already happened.
A quick question to
I
you.
think it's probably already happened.
A quick question
So
to you.
this is
It's a
the
quick
kind of
question.
impact that these policies are having on families, that we don't know what our children are doing. And that's the whole point. Where do we go from there? What's the next logical progression from there? We have to do something. If we do nothing,
Quick
we
question. I've said it
comply.
3 times, but you're
And
listening.
where is all the shit coming from? Well, it's coming from the councils, because they're all in bed with the WEF and all the other
So
NGOs.
before Law
So we
answers,
need we need, what's the solution? That's what I'm saying, Law. And I can't agree with Rangi more, that we all have to unite and chew at the bottom of the tree. You
Look,
know,
so
if you
one,
take the bark off a tree all the way around, that tree is going to die. And it
look,
might be 100,000 bites that we need, but we need to do something. We have to do
look,
something positive. That's all I'm
look.
Evening,
saying. Yeah? Yeah.
evening host, evening panel.
Just give me 1 second. Thank you very much for joining us, Nith. I just want to add one thing there. Look, who is this? Our local councils. Remember, we don't have no local councils. These are private corporate companies owned by foreign internationals. Their whole everything that they're doing is to obey somebody else, not the public. Now, the solution is there. The solution is everybody needs to come together. There's two ways of this going, which is one, they're trying to incite violence. And they are. Let's not kid ourselves. Look at the way the whole system is behaving, just completely neglecting, covering up rapes, pedophilia is going through the roof, grooming is going through. There's no sign of stopping anything. Okay, if we go into violence, I am going to openly say we are going to lose hundreds and thousands of children in that event. Okay, we need to start coming together to start working together, regardless of our color, creed, religion, title, to make sure that hypothetically, if we go into that side of it, that we're there to protect. But if
There is
everybody
another
come
way.
together, if everybody just come together, we would simply be able to put a stop to all of it. Like I mentioned, too, live example, Romania, Bulgaria, even in Italy, if you look at it, it's the public that holds the power. And it's the same thing here. We are the power. That's the main thing I'm going to say. Now, I know I've got somebody new in there, Nathan. Nathan, just mute yourself, young man.
Go on, buddy.
Evening.
Good evening, Nathan. Firstly, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have a question or comment, young man?
I can comment a lot of things out, but no, there is another avenue. It's called Clause 61. There is actually a
Right.
security clause that allows us lawfully to undo what a tumultuous assembly that is Parliament has done. It also gives us the right to undo what the King has done, because that's where we get the principle of nobody's above the law from.
Right, repeat that again so people can understand what you said. Say again, please.
Right, since 1200s, we have had a security clause to protect us from overarching, overbearing governance by a monarch. There is 25 barons that have been in charge since then to hold the crown to account. We actually have a contract with the crown. The people do. It's a peace treaty, and it guarantees our basic treatment. So treatment, so we can basically live our lives without the influence of state or anything like that coming in and either criminalising us or stopping certain things. So it doesn't need to be civil. It doesn't need to be that. What people need to do is a peaceful action. What a lot of people don't realise, in the first time Clause 61 was ever used, we won under the threat of riots. So rather than the king thinking, right, well, the whole country is about to come up against me, he just gave in. Later on, we have the Barons' Revolt, where that was kind of cemented again. But we have our law on our side, but a lot of people want to look at legislation. Legislation is there to protect corporations. It's not there to protect us. But if we use our own laws and our constitution, it nullifies, and I don't mean repeal it, it nullifies, so it voids any any act and statutes that is constitutionally repugnant or contrary to that of common law is void.
100% agree with you there, because on the law side of it, we actually do have a law. So who is... Go on, Nathan.
Can I just answer Truth is Free in the comments? He said Magna Carta was omitted from all subsequent versions and is not part of current English law. No, that's incorrect. Magna Carta 1215, the whole of it is in force under English law. You're referring to British law, which is the 3 to 4 constitutional statutes from the 1297 Magna Carta, which is on our statute books. They're constitutional statutes. The reason why there is only 4 is because if you look at the original Magna Carta, in the clause 1, it states any adaptation of these clauses or any wording nullifies it completely. It makes it illegal. So when we come to 1297 Magna Carta, The reason why you only have 3 to 4 constitutional statutes on the book is because they tried either leaving them out, like Clause 61, or they tried adapting the clauses. Therefore, that's the Magna Carta everyone's talking about being largely repealed. It's the 1297. If you look at our source of law, which is House's Laws of England, that is our primary source of law, it states, and I quote, Magna Carta was as binding on the Crown today as the day it was sealed at Runnymede. The 8th anniversary in 2015, the Queen reaffirmed this. The Bar Association go back and reaffirm their allegiance to Magna Carta 1215 on a yearly basis. You're just taught to use one over the other. That's why the King reissued, because then it gave people a choice to use one or the other. But no, 1215 is still in force. I have a court order stating this at Crown Court level. It can never be repealed. You look at Clause 1, Clause 61 and Clause 63. It's there in perpetuity.
Yes, and I
Nathan.
I do agree with you. And the idea of a jury was that if one person was against the other 11, that could actually be made case law, that it was an important step that we could all have. But by now, they're trying to do away with the jury system altogether. And that, I think that's a very dangerous step for a country to actually take. It's not going to promote justice in any shape or form.
But this is why we need our old laws back, because that did create justice. That's why, up until the 90s, our constables only had to walk around with a truncheon and a whistle, because we had what you call society upholding the laws in their community. So it's a symbiotic relationship between us and the Royal Constabulary. Now, we've got the Royal Constabulary saying, you do not get involved, it's all down to us. We'll decide what needs to be done, which is wrong, because by law, we police our own communities. We are actually have a lawful duty to uphold the laws in our community. That's why if a crime's being committed, you're not to walk past. If you don't intervene, you become just as culpable as the people that are basically committing the crime, because you didn't do anything to stop them, so therefore you helped them.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Yobon, he just asked you a question in the comment. What was it? Nathan, do you have any live cases on clause of 69 used in the courts?
Well, majority of my cases, there is, if they're under 61, or my cases, if you're under 61, that is part of the evidence and part of your jurisdiction to which you put in court. You're never going to see a court case arguing over 61 because they don't argue facts. And like I said, if you want to prove that Magna Carta is a fact, like I said, look at House's Laws of England, our primary source of law. They mention 2 Magna Cartas, that's 1215 and 1297. I've told you about 1297, but 1215 states, as is binding on the... And Jack Straw said this, Charles just went over to America and confirmed this. Loads of people confirm it because it's still binding on the Crown today. But it's Magna Carta is binding on the Crown today as the day it was sealed at Runnymede. Now you can even use Google. Do a quick Google search. How many Magna Cartas were sealed at Runnymede? You'll find there's only one. You'll find Magna Carta was the last document that was sealed by the English seal, because after that happened and his powers were diminished, the king threw a hissy fit, literally like a child, and threw the English seal into the Thames, and it hasn't been recovered since. So when you're talking about Magna Carta, you need to understand the difference between the 1297 and 1215, because the 1215 is a peace treaty. So Parliament can't do away with it, neither can the Crown.
Well, we
What
have
date
to,
is?
but also we have to
I was
remember.
talking. I was just talking. In 1 second, Nathan. What year is 1688 stroke 89? Could you actually embellish on that at all?
Yeah. What you're referring to there is basically the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Rights and Bill of Rights. So there was kind of in 1688, there was kind of a document form that was kind of not so much a Bill of Rights, but a Declaration of Rights. And then after a while, that was ratified and that was put into our statute books as, again, a superior statute, because it's classed as like a constitutional statute. But that, even that, the reason why we have the Bill of Rights is because what made it lawful is they acted under their right and duty under Clause 61 of the Magna Carta. This is where people need to understand. Most of the stuff people use to dismiss it is absolutely false, because it's a good job historians do not change our laws. if I'm okay, I'll give it take 2 minutes. I'll give you a quick run through, just a summary up till recent times of Magna Carta still being in force. So you've got 1215. People say the Pope annulled it and all that lot, and there was a reissue. Well, no, there wasn't, because in 1217, Carta de Foresta, which is the sister document to Magna Carta, was added to Magna Carta. They class it as one document. So that's 1217. Fast forward beyond all the crap people are saying, 1258, you have the Oxford Accords. Now, the Oxford Accords was actually set out to directly try to flesh out the clauses of Magna Carta 1215. So in 1258, we've done away with the Pope and the King changing things like that, because the proof is already there. Then we've got, for instance, one of the most famous uses of Clause 61, which was what was used to go against the King and give us the Bill of Rights. So 1688, 1669. So you've got the Declaration of Rights in 1688, and then it was ratified as the Bill of Rights in 1689. The only reason why that's lawful is because of Magna Carta, Clause 61 of 1215. You've actually also, as well, in America, they used Magna Carta as recently as 1218 to uphold a massive case in Supreme Court.
Yeah, I could see the 1215 version is enforced in the country over the whole nation.
The problem,
Yeah, well, I
1215 is the
think
basis for most constitutions. So if you do away with the principle of 1215 and say it's null, you are then called into question any other constitution. It's like the American one. They use Magna Carta, Bill of Rights, habeas corpus. They used a few. They nicked a few from our constitution. So did others. So if you destroy the mother of all constitution, you make illegitimate that of any other constitution, because it's based on the source. So destroy the source, it all becomes irrelevant.
Nathan,
Yeah,
can I ask you, Nathan, to explain Runnymede, please? Ibon have asked about how the public uses Clause 61. Can you just tell everyone about Runnymede, please?
Our event or Clause 61? I can do both.
Do both if you can, please, buddy.
Right, well, basically, I was in a group and we basically brought charges against Sadiq Khan, Keir Starmer, and a number of MPs, which the Met Police backed. Ever since then, we've been trying to get people to go under Clause 61 so we can have these people prosecuted and actually dealt with. So the Runnymede event we hold every year. We do a costume walk and we go around to the Magna Carta memorials and we tell you the truth about what a lot of it means, because the historians have got it wrong. We do that. That's a kind of a week. It's basically to gather people. So, and when we get enough people just to initially do something, we're going to do it. That's for a week. So it's the Monday 17th to Friday 21st. You get to come down, talk about your rights, common law, and things like that with people that actually use these things. You can also sign your Clause 61 declaration at Runnymede, the very place it was meant to have been signed by the King, that gave us this. There's a lot of symbolicness to it. But as far as Clause 61 is concerned, it is a legal process. We have to gather in a field of our own volition, so then we can be instructed by the barons.
One quick
I hope that answers.
That's a very short version.
One quick question.
Well, I think what we'll do, one second, what will be good is when we get around to it, when you have time, I'd love to break it down, because a lot of the public need this information. It's a game of duplication. When there's information out there and the law is actually out there, we need to start empowering the people, because I do realize that the public are more running around like a headless chicken with the legislations and the acts and statutes they're making, and the law is just being completely ignored.
You actually make a bigger and a very more valid point, I think you realise yourself, because legalese and the legal system is extremely complicated. It's designed that way, but law is actually quite simple. If you want to understand Clause 61 and what you have to do, you just need to read Clause 61. You don't need a law degree. You don't need to know anything about D-SARS or anything like that. You just need to read and understand literally the paragraph or two that is Clause 61. There's a copy of it on my For You page on here. So you can go through you just have to swipe across, but all the wording's there and it tells you exactly what you need to do. You don't need to know any more than that. You just need to know Parliament is tyrannous, they're doing wrong, and we have a duty to fix it. Once you understand that, and you understand that the barons have invoked it, but it's again symbiotic relationship. The barons need our sovereignty, our authority, so we can transfer ownership of the country to the barons at the moment, so we can sort out the corruption. Because that's what happens in Clause 61. when people say about it being in court, Clause 61 is not used for personal gain. If you're undertaking what in Clause 61 says, for instance, to distress and distrain Parliament, there is a factor in there that lawfully and legally allows you to distress and distrain any Crown authority. It also allows us to take the land of the Crown estates. There's a lot in it, but you need to read it. Most people don't read Clause 61. Like I said, there's a copy on my page. That's all you need to understand. Clause 61 and then the principles of common law. Make sure your actions do not cause harm. Make sure they do not cause a loss, an injury, and you can't be deceptive in your undertakings. Other than that, you're inside the law. But what a lot of people need to understand is during this 61 process, they can't attack your job, your benefits, your pension, anything, because it's a completely lawful process and there's nothing they can do against you.
Okay, that's good. John, did you want to add on anything there or ask?
Yes, actually, because I have been through this process myself. I can't remember which website it was that encouraged you to ally yourself with a baron and become a free man or whatever it was. I can't remember. So many things have happened in the past 6 years. But I did go through that process of trying to become a sovereign human being. And my son, who was an avid spokesman against COVID, and he'd had a sort of rude awakening in 2020. And he had a big following on Facebook. A lot of people were following him, actually. But what happened in the family is a different thing, you know. But everything is intended to divide us. So I'm talking about my son here, and he went into court. He wouldn't take his hat off. He was trying to refuse to go into the witness box, which is basically a cell. And he was going down the common law sort of line, which I was proud of at the time, because he got arrested for various things, you know. I've seen him arrested with my own eyes 2 or 3 times, you know. I was just sitting out in the garden and it was a nice day, and I was sitting with this girlfriend, and all of a sudden these police officers walk in to our house, to our yard, and yank him out of the chair, more or less, and take him off in a police van. And I was shouting after them. I wasn't savvy. You know, all these things need to be recorded, because we're the only people that are actually recording stuff on the ground. This information needs to get out, but it's so hard to get it out. You know, at my age, I don't want to be that tech person that does videos and everything. But what I'm saying is that it didn't go well for him. And he was a victim. He became a victim. He was arrested on numerous occasions because he'd done lives and he'd spoken out about, for example, all the stupidity with COVID, where there was hazard tapes everywhere and there were certain products that you couldn't reach, that you weren't supposed to go near, and other products that were fine, like alcohol. Oh, come on. This is in our face. This is in our face. You know, was it sanitary product? No, I think maybe sanitary products were okay, but certain hygienic products weren't. You know, it was crazy. The kind of inane, stupid laws that they weren't even laws. We consented, and that's the whole problem, isn't it? So, you know, my family has been actually victimized because of all this. I've actually spent 10 hours in a cell because I happened to be driving a car which was on a very narrow bend, like a dog's leg bend, and I was with my son at the time, and all of a sudden, a big blue van, no markings on it, big, looked like an old beat up transit van, just blocks my way on a dangerous bend. It is a dangerous bend.
Can I
You
answer
know,
some
some of the
questions
roads.
in the chat after you finished, please, Joe?
Sorry.
No, please finish. I'm just saying I'm getting asked questions in the chat, and it's like because I've been watching the chat and I get attacked for this because I don't answer. I'm just kind of
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah,
Finish off.
yeah. All I want to say is that the law isn't working, because the upshot of all that was that the contents of my car were analysed. Apparently, the beat up transit van came from South Wales. South Wales. Think of all the money that's gone into this. And there was a forensic team, that was them. I was told to step away from the car. It was like something from LA Cops. And I said, well, I didn't know that I had honey in the boot. I didn't know that honey was so dangerous. I was being quite the girl with them, provoking them because of their stupidity. I've been a teacher. I've passed my DBS checks and all the rest of it. I haven't stepped out of line. I've paid my taxes. I've paid my dues. I've brought up a family with my own industry. And all of a sudden, I'm being assaulted. It can happen to anyone, is what I'm saying. Wake up. Wake up. And I eventually spent 10 hours in a police cell. And you know what moved me? Can I just say this? Because I think it's really important for everyone not to forget their spirituality. One of the things that moved me was lying on that, whatever you call it, whatever provision it's called, which isn't a bed. It's a place of torture, really. Lying there and all of a sudden feeling, I am above all this. I'm above it all. And I felt transported. And do you know what I found out? That my friend Azar had contacted other friends of his as soon as he'd found out that I was in that situation. And I felt exactly the same as my son did, who was in a different cell. We both felt at one time transported. That is the power of prayer. That is the power of goodness. And that is unity. I'm not a Muslim. And yet
You don't have to
Muslims
be a
are trying to
Muslim.
tell
You
me.
just need to
And
be spiritually connected.
something was
can I answer the
vibrating.
questions quick?
Yeah, John, let me just get Nathan to ask a couple of these questions. Nathan, go ahead, young man.
Yeah, so I'm getting quick, and I'll keep being time away. So, Yvonne Adam, simple terms, how do the public use clause 60 to 61 seek justice in court? You are never, clause 61 and our constitution, a lot of things are not for personal gain. So you're never going to be able to really use clause. It is a basis and it is a stand and it's a jurisdiction. But as far as to win in court, just using 61 on its own, no, because you have to know your rights that are given to you. You have to understand and verbalise these things. Just 61 in itself doesn't mean anything because it's just diffidasha. Your actions after you do when you go to become an army, that's when you can actually defend yourself to anything because you haven't done anything yet. But a lot of people misunderstand clause 61 like it's a get out of jail free card. It's not. It's not, because it depends on how long ago you did it. So the second question is from Amelia. What happened to the cases with Kia Khan and Sadiq? They're actually still going. They've just been kind of put on a shelf because the Metropolitan Police backed us. They actually stated with proven evidence of crimes. But the CPS, basically, they're kind of, I'm a nine because they're saying, we don't think this is in the public's interest. And the simple fact of the matter is because people are voting and consenting to the people we want prosecuted. So while you're saying, no, I don't want them prosecuted, I want them back in Parliament, they're not going to say they're interested in public having these people prosecuted. So a lot of it is down to the public. When we decide we are actually willing to get these people prosecuted, the case is there. We've actually set up the case so we can actually have other groups and other people input evidence of any crimes. So we can actually do this as a people to bring the... And by the way, the case we've got, they're all the charges are treason, sedition, malfeasance, things like that. So malfeasance, not in a public office, it's just plain common law malfeasance, still holds life in prison. And as I said, the police have stated, we signed and sealed and literally given it with a big pink bow on it. They said, it, to the point where on my page there's a video of the arrest we did. The Metropolitan Chief Inspector states, it's like, well, you're going to have to give us police a bit of time, because not only do we have to research evidence, we have to research these laws. Even though they're all in force, we're not taught them. So at the moment, it's going to take the people to stand up and be counted, because if you're not doing anything officially in paperwork, you're actually being silent. And silence is consent. So unless you actively stand up and do a process to say no, by law, you're acquiescing, you're consenting to whatever happens. So we have to stand up and do something.
You know, I'm just going to add one thing. I think this probably adds up with everything else. Everything that we're doing overall, I do believe it's about numbers as well. If everybody started coming together, standing together, it'll be a better place. You know, one thing I'm going to say, and I've mentioned it a number of times, in general, throughout the public, all the knowledge is out there. The problem is there's only a few people in general that have got the information, and it's hard to drip feed. You understand? The more people that get together, that'll be better, wouldn't it, Nathan?
Well, this is the thing. You are exactly correct, and not being funny. So everyone seems to want to have a law degree before they undertake everything. Clause 61 was written in a completely different way because 95% of the whole world was illiterate. So it had to be read to you. So even though you could understand what's being said, you couldn't read it. So someone would go from town to town to town to read the declaration and say, right, this is your duty, you better start moving. And this is half the problem. I mean, back then to today, we have a lot of factors. But as far as we stand today, it is a duty. So we actually have a duty in law. So if you are not upholding that duty in law, you're not an outlaw. I'm fed up with people saying that, because an outlaw referred to more people like because we had two societies. We had the people in the towns and hamlets, and we had people in the woods and fields. They were two completely different societies. And this is why I mention this, because it's what you mentioned, sir. Once it come about, and 1215 still today, the king was overtaxing us because he was losing lands in France. So he just kept taxing and taxing and taxing. Once we done 1215, said, you're not going to treat us like this no more. You're not above the law. You're going to treat us right. The king then threw a hissy fit. That's how comes we've got Carter Day Forester, because the king was literally trying to stop us from hunting, gathering firewood and stuff like that. So in comparison, Parliament and the system hasn't changed. There was problems with heating and eating in the 1200s, let alone in the 20,000s now. So a lot of things is the same cycle over and over again. You just got to learn to stand up and say no in a proper manner.
No, well said, well said. But it's all about knowledge. Everybody needs to start. Well, you don't need to learn everything. You just need to listen. So I think what will be good is to get this broken down, getting it on a video or on the document with it, so everybody can learn about it. Because at the end of the day, you can't have one person, for example. There'll be a number of people like Nathan, but how can them few people do all the work? Okay, it's just virtually impossible. This is why.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to cut in, but thank you. That has been the problem all the way along. Everybody kind of leaves it to us, not realizing that everybody has a place and a duty to actually compel and do this.
Well, I've got a solution for you, which is what I'm doing right now. Any bit of information, you've got my full support. Gwen knows myself. We'll put it together so we could drip feed it to the nation. Okay. You know, I mean, because a lot of people just don't know how to do it, what it is, and it's overwhelmed. And I appreciate and I understand about the public, because when there's issues going on, it's only then they wake up. Then they're also traumatized, whether there's rapes happening, there's children being stolen, or misconduct that is taking place. They can't focus, and it's like they have to learn everything. You don't need to learn everything. You need to learn some simple things. But if we could maybe do something, I will get the information out, because we need to wake up the masses,
Yeah,
regardless of.
the information 261 is very basic. You have to understand the basic principles of common law. So that's your actions cannot commit any loss, harm, or injury to another, and you are not allowed to be deceptive in your undertakings. That's common law. That's all you need to understand. There is trespasses and there is documents that kind of flesh out that, but that is the main principle. And then all you've got to learn is the 61. They should cut the paragraphs. Well, that's all you need to undo this. You don't need a law degree. You don't need anything like that, because the barons protect us in all that way. You just need to understand your obligation. So, for instance, in 61, it says about not paying unlawful tax. It says about being able to seize the crown estates until they come back into contracts and certain things like that. Everything you need to know, just read clause 61. That's all you need to know, and just understand you do not commit loss, harm, or injury. You're not deceptive. That's it. It's a basic bit of information, but I can help you out with the sources and where it comes from and certain bits, and then it's that easy. That's all we concentrate on at the moment. Learning your law degree and your rights, you'll learn probably more on doing the action than you will do or sitting on here. But a lot of the learning and understanding comes after. At the moment now, we have a pressing situation which needs remedy, and what we have in law is a very avenue to get that remedy. So we should be using the lawful remedy, because no one's tried it, instead of all these unlawful actions or illegal actions.
Yeah, and can I just add something about the family courts and family law, which is totally secreted. It's not allowed to be broadcast. It's not democratic in any sense of the word. What do you do about that? How do you get rid of corrupt people from a system like that, which is already corrupt in its very conception?
You make it. You make a good point and ask a good question, and that is one of the biggest problems we have. A lot of the judiciary is ill trained, because in 1953, the Bar Association changed the exam and the education from a lawful to a legal one. That's why we have most of the problems. We have barristers and that all thinking, we don't have this, this is it. But when like I said, I've got the same books as the judges. So when I throw it in front of them and say, right, you get your book out, I'll get my book out, and then we'll read from the same page and we'll see what it says. This is the thing. A lot of it is they don't know the law. A law degree just means you have a degree of knowledge of a subject. Doesn't mean you're an expert. The same as the medical degree is a standard. It's the basic standard you need to pass to become a doctor. Just because you scrape through on a basic standard does not mean you're an expert or you should be treated such as one. This is the problem. A lot of it, you've got to understand your standing and what it is. For instance, constables, the military, we actually have a higher power than them because they take a lesser oath of office. So a lot of it is understanding yourself, understanding how you act and how you navigate through this whole thing.
No, I agree with you.
What I was trying to get is that when you're up against a system like that, common law isn't going to work.
Oh, but it does. I've used common law multiple times. So loads of members
What
of
in
our
family court situations?
Yes, do you want an interesting fact? It was 2 or 3 years ago in my own family court case. I raised 2 points of law. For 25 years, the family court has said that there's no points of law to be raised. I raised 2. Only 99% of barristers will even have a chance of raising a point of law in their whole career. The 2 points I raised was Section 3 of the Bill of Rights, which makes any impartial court unlawful. So considering you've got Section 2A of the Children's Act, which states no father can be the main care of the child, it's a biased court, so therefore it doesn't meet the criteria of a lawful court. You've then also got, I actually upheld a 3,500-year-old custom, and that was, again, accepted as a point of law because we have such a thing as the Malmentine laws. There are customs. So it depends. If a lot of people go in there, they use improper language, they use improper usage of the procedure, and they often fail, but I tend to succeed. It's like we mentioned earlier about going to court for the jab. In part of my family court case, my ex wanted my daughter jabbed. I didn't. what it actually come down to is like sitting in court, and they was going to do a separate case to force me to allow my doctor to be vaccinated. I just said a few things to the judge. I went, well, I've already got my evidence because I knew he was going to do this. I've got the only white paper on mRNA technology and everything like that. I said, I'm happy to go. I said, but understand now I can already prove you wrong with this. And I have done other people multiple times. Once I submitted my evidence, the court run from any dealings. The court said, we are dropping this case. We are not dealing with this case because I had already done a couple of points of law, and I had all the documentation I need to prove that it's a noxious. It's administering noxious poisons to a minor, and they didn't like the fact that I knew that, because within the ingredients there is known carcinogenic substances which is on the ban list, so therefore it can't be legal. Once you understand the basis and certain aspects and what you're actually sort of contesting, then it does become easier. But a lot of people get befuddled. So I could understand the question. It's actually a good question, so thank you.
Yeah. What I'd like to say is that Kim, who is the sort of CEO, if you like, of Public Child Protection Wales, has done loads, countless cases in family courts. And the way that she's tackled it, and she's been successful virtually every time. And do you know why she's successful? Because she was actually fighting at one stage for someone in her family and their children and the custody of their children. So
acting as a special guardian.
she come at this family court business as a total novice, but luckily she already had a degree in well, she had a master's in criminology, put it that way, and she actually focused on child abuse, institutional child abuse, and she was quite familiar with the social system. So it helps to be familiar with how your enemy is working, is what I'm saying. Because, if you just go in there rigid, with the kind of evidence that you're presenting, which is great, by the way. I've been very moved by, I read Kenneth Dewdney, the Australian who wrote a big treatise on the Magna Carta, etc. I've gone down that path myself.
By any chance, is that
but not in any
treatise on law?
Sorry?
You just jogged my memory there. Sorry for cutting in. Are you referring to the treatise on law?
In what?
That's the one with that.
And what? Sorry. I got into this through someone called William Keats or Keats.
I'm talking about the person who authored the book or the paperwork you're on about. Is it called the Treatise on Law? I think I may know that document.
Yeah, it's he was an Australian, and he was very well respected because of his knowledge of the Magna Carta and his knowledge of case law as well.
This is, sorry to cut you in, but this is amazing to hear, because we've actually, our movements across the whole Commonwealth. It's like, for instance, when we first started dealing with Australia, they didn't even understand that Magna Carta is in the Constitution. So it's like, it is actually amazing. It's like Jackie Dundee, all that lot. There's so many people over there doing some amazing work, standing up, actually learning.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I was very inspired by it. But the kind of results that I'm seeing that actually count in everyday life are coming from people like Kimberly Isherwood, who is being an advocate in the family and the family courts, and the family courts, you have to admit yourself, they're a case apart. It's a very, very different thing. It's very secretive and it's very underhand.
Oh, it's
Um,
more. Can I just elaborate on it? But just before I forget, it is underhand. Do you want to know why I think that? It's like I've been doing law for over a couple of decades. I do family court and stuff like that. A lot of people don't know that. For instance, if I act on your behalf and my behalf, there's called pre-sentence hearings and that stuff like that. It basically we can have as many as we want, really. But building up to your case, say you're prosecuting me and your prosecutor will sit down either on the internet or in a room and have a meeting and we'll discuss the case. I'll tell him what I plan to do, he'll tell me. And a lot of the time people don't realise this, they're both, the defence and the prosecution are working together because they're there to protect the court before anything. So I've actually had it where I've spoken to barristers and I've gone, well, this is what I'm going to do. And I've said, no, I'm permanently dragging this out. I'm going to call for this. Said that we ain't seeing court for another year. He just smiles and says, well, I get paid for doing the letters, I get paid for anything. So I'm not fussed about that. If you want to span this out, so it's all about money. So a lot of them
oh,
don't understand how, a lot
absolutely.
of people don't understand how
Absolutely.
much it is.
And Randy
I'd
will
like
tell
to
you
read
that.
something
Randy will
out
tell
because
you
it
that.
wakens people up a little bit. Obviously, know from know a lot about this. Just 1 second. Article 61 of the Magna Carta is important. It defines
You've got audio
certain.
problems, buddy.
Sorry?
You're breaking up there, Law. Try again.
Oh, I apologise. Sorry about that. Let's start again. Sorry about that. Right. Let me get the light on. Here we go. Article 61 of Magna Carta is important as it defines certain God given and unalienable rights. It reads, since for God, for the improvement of our kingdom, and to better ally the discord arisen.
You're actually
Yeah.
reading. You're actually reading clause 61.
Really? Between us
That's
and
the same
our,
word in clause 61.
yeah, as us and our barons, we have granted all these concessions, and wishing that a concession be enjoyed in their entirety with firm endurance forever. We give and give
In
the
perpetuity.
barons. So I could go on for another 5 or 10 minutes with this, but I've got 40 pages.
Yeah, that's clause 60. What you're talking about there is kind of a mix of clause 1 and 61 and clause 3. Clause 63, sorry, is the one where it's at the end thing. That's when the barons go and we give these to everybody. Because a lot of people think it's only for the barons, but clause 61 clearly states everything we've got for ourselves, we are giving to the free man of this and the people.
Thank you. You know, Nathan.
See, this is the
Randy,
thing. I can tell if you've read clauses and laws and certain things like that because I've been doing this for over 2 decades. I've read a lot of European treaties, international treaties, our domestic law, our community laws. I do trust law, contract law, family law, tort law. I do most of it. So it's nice to hear. Law, I swear to God, I can't understand how far you've come because when I first met you to what you are now, you've come so bloody far, my friend. You should be proud.
It's a learning process.
If anybody wants to ask a question relating to the topic of children or about the laws, feel free to jump in and ask the questions or put it in the comments. I'm sure somebody will pick it up. Sorry, Nathan, you were going to say some of them, young man?
Yeah. It's just because you mentioned things there. I just want to kind of back you up on saying it's like, as far as constitutional is concerned, as far as our laws in this realm and our ancient customs, freedoms, liberties, and that, 4,500 years ago, so before Christ was even born, in the Mamertine laws on our actual, because it come from Alfred the Wittens and stuff like that, but we actually had laws and they're still in force today, technically speaking. If you till your cattle in the field, the wider community would punish you. So basically, that's an animal rights law. If you harm your child other than a parental smack, that is actually against the law back then. You will then feel the wrath of the community. The same was with your wife. If you hit your wife, the community then punish you. To the point where in English law, a lot of people think it's unbiased, but in English law, I said this earlier, in English law, we actually had a law where if a husband was henpecked and he wasn't fulfilling his role, he would be punished by the community. But then if he turned round, he started being aggressive and controlling his wife with violence and things like that, he would also get punished by the community. This is what people don't understand. You can go for any of the New Age stuff, saying animal rights and stuff like that. We've been doing this for over 800 years. We've been doing this for like 2,000 years. Common law was about before Jesus was born, before the Bible. So those constitutions, the first constitution was the Persian constitution thousands of years ago. The notion of sovereignty goes back 6,000 BC. You'll see it in cuneiform text from, the Assyrian, Babylonian. You've got a few. But these notions and what we're saying are unarguable facts because it will always be the same.
I hope people are paying
Can
attention.
can I just sign off now, please? Because
John, before you go, could you
to
give us
bed.
your last thoughts? John, before you go, your last thoughts of last statement for anybody before you go, my sister, please, because I missed you last time. You dropped off.
Yeah. Well, my last thoughts on all this is, common law is all very good. I loved it. I love the principle, but there's a big but after it, because basically we are seeing our rights being ripped away left, right, and centre under our eyes, and we're doing nothing about it, or very little. We're seeing a man a popular teacher in Ireland that has been in prison for 600 days plus, simply because he would not bow down to transgender ideology. And his name is Enoch Burke. And everyone needs to know about him because, yeah, common law, great. I love the principle. But it's not everyone.
You live by them principles today.
Sorry?
You live by them principles today, you just don't understand it. Thou shalt not kill in the Bible. We had a common law before that.
No, I know.
Murder is contrary to common law.
Natural
Same as assault is, common law is natural law. It was about
no,
before any
but
religious
you're not getting me. You're not understanding.
No,
honestly,
I am.
I'm impassioned about your subject because I think
I am listening. I'm just trying to. Yeah, I am listening. I'm just trying to.
I bought the book.
I want John to make
the
a last statement.
Udne book, because I was so interested in the subject. And that's quite a big text. And I did read it through. It's not like I've ignored this subject. I've been impassioned by it.
Honestly, I didn't
but I'm
say
also
you did.
impassioned. I'm also and especially impassioned by what's happening to children in this world. And I think common law is not going to sort that. Common law is not going to sort. It should do everything. But
so would you go more with human rights? Would you go more with human rights?
I would go with a little bit of action.
Well, this is the thing. Common law is action. Common law is highlighting. I
cannot understand why anyone can stand by.
Let him answer you because you've got into a conversation now. Let him answer you. John, just 1 second. Let him answer it now because the question that John wanted to put forward was about the children. So how does basically common law help the children? I think that's the bottom line of it. Nathan?
Oh, right. Well, within common law, you don't have things like protected demographics. So whether it be a religious demographic, an age demographic, we don't have protective demographics because everybody is equal under the law. At the moment, we don't have a system where everyone's equal under law because we have basically protected demographics and non-protected demographics. So the legal system is not fair. Once you return to common law, you have what you call fairness. Fairness of being able to it's more about saying no and not doing things. But as far as common law saving the children, most of the stuff that protects children are actually it's acts and statutes. And if you look at our primary source of law, acts and statutes can only be given a force of law by the consent of the governed. And a lot of that can be dismissed. Whereas if you go, like I said, and use our ancient customs, because a custom in our lands has been, you do not beat your wife, you do not beat your children, you do not abuse any of them. And that to the point where, back in the day, you could actually be hung for it. So if you're going to talk about what actually protects the children more, then I'd say the common law ability to protect children, where the community protects the law, therefore protecting a child is going to be greater and better for the society and better for our children than relying on an act and statute that can be adapted and changed at the whim of Parliament.
A quick question.
I agree, but
One
I
second,
think
love.
that's,
That's all.
I think unfortunately the society that we're living in is not that utopia, and it never will be because it was never designed.
It never was a
Just
utopia.
remember that those were barons that actually wrote this. They were barons. They were
Actually, it wasn't just
bloodline.
barons.
Well, you were talking about the barons earlier.
Yeah, but the barons
Well,
you're referring to.
was it Joe Smith the plumber?
One
No, I tell
second,
you
let him
what,
finish.
you don't have to get derogatory. I'm not being like that to you, but what I'm saying is, if you want to know the truth, you're looking at the barons as a whole. They're not as a whole. There was 25 barons and their bloodlines. That was basically their whole point is to hold the crown to account of that contract. This is why they invoked it in 2001, because that is their constitutionally lawful duty. The 25 positions are separate to that of the other barons. But if you're talking about who wrote it, that's a more complicated subject, because you did have barons, yes. You also had educated populace. You had clergy involved in writing it. You had many people. Even the king had an input.
This is the problem. Something looks ideal and looks fantastic on paper, like the WHO Regional Office for Europe and BZGA standards for sexuality education in Europe. It looks great. But things get twisted, and that's my whole point. The whole thing is
I can sort this out in 1 minute. I don't need to talk for 5 minutes.
I just need 30 seconds.
Excuse me, I'm going to bed in a minute. So can I just have my say, and then please feel free to have your say. All I'm saying there is that everything gets twisted. Do we rely on the tools of an ancient system, which is a utopia and which is ideal, or do we rely on the tools of the system that the enemy has given us?
Right, can I answer that?
I think we should be actually treating like with like, understanding the way that our society is working.
So we should be as bad as them.
And using our sovereignty as a critical thinking human being in order to tackle that. And that's the way I see our society going. And that's why I'm so supportive of Rangi, because he's bringing everyone together. He's bringing you and me together. I do agree with you, but I think there's another way as well. We need to be more apparent, to be more active.
The thing is though, unless we use
1 second, Nathan, just 1 second, if you don't mind. I'm going to let Joan finish, and because I know she's got to clock off, and then you could still answer it. If she's listening, she can listen in once she's dropped, because I respect her. She's been on all night. Sorry, Joan, just finish off your last statement, which you were doing there, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think we just all have to remember that we're human beings, and that our children are the most precious gift that's been given to us. And you lose one, which I have. I've lost 2 children, and that's why I'm here. Because I want to compensate for those losses, because both of them were immeasurable. And you will never replace a child, which means that you will never replace an individual. We're all unique. But one of the things about us is that we're all brought together by grief. And is it going to take grief in order to wake people up? Or are they actually going to look into what's happening to their children and buckle up and actually do the work on these subjects. You know, that's my message for everyone. You know, it's not, we're at the, we're not even at the 11th hour. I mean, we've gone so far that we're like the Weimar Republic in the 1930s in Germany, that was the biggest sex show on earth. And what created that? Why were there so many prostitutes? Why were there so many wild children living in the woods and having ceremonies and raping one another? What was going on in the
Well,
Weimar Republic?
that's Wicker for you.
Yeah, just John, if you don't look, thank you very much, because I know it's getting late for you as well. I
Well,
appreciate
I'm
that. Thank you
just
very
saying, how far do we want to go down this road? Because humanity has been there before.
And
Do
this
we
is where we
want
have
to
the security
repeat the
clause.
mistakes from the past?
But
That's all.
I don't know.
No,
Well,
Okay.
please, mate, I've been waiting.
this is
No,
where
no.
we are.
God bless everyone.
Good night. God
I
bless
love you
John.
all.
Good
Have
night,
Good
the
night.
all.
God
best.
God
bless.
bless.
Yeah.
Uh,
All the best
right.
to everyone.
One second, everybody. John, Gwen, if you could just drop John so there's no echoes. Bless her. Thank you very much, sister. Nathan, what did you want to add on? Because overall, I understand what John is saying about our children, because we are in a jeopardy. Our children are raped and
Yes. Yeah.
so on.
I,
So I'm
I,
leaving
I,
it
I
to
get
you.
I get that, and I understand what she's saying. But what you need to understand is she has it backwards. The utopia I'm talking about is not a utopia. It's the life we led for a couple of thousand years. We have a tolerant society that uphold laws. If it wasn't for our laws and the structure of our society, we'd have what we have now. It changed in the 90s because we come away from common law and we started using community laws and foreign aspects. So if you're talking about common law being a utopia, no, it's not. Common law is the default. It's what actually allowed us to leave our doors open. It's what actually allowed a constable to only have to carry a truncheon and a whistle instead of a submachine gun and body armor. So it's the legal system, not the common law system. The fact that we moved the common law system means we lost the right and the law in our communities because we chose to be governed by a nefarious, tumultuous group.
Well, we need to. Law, I think you want to add something, did you?
All I was going to add, because I mean, I don't know a lot, but if there was, let's say, a number that I know, if it's 300 people, that's a lot of people out of 67 million, that went to, let's say, a magistrate's court in London, which is called the Justice up there, it could be taken over. The factor of it is then when the actual 11 of the 25 is voted in of the barons, then they are above the government. So I don't. This is when people go, "Oh, there's nothing we can do." I've just said it in seconds. I don't know if I'm right. I'm wrong. Just asked Nathan because I seem to think he knows a little bit more than me about that. Would you have to say about that, Nathan?
You are correct in certain ways. There is judicial nullification because all the court cases come after 61 sorted out. So anyone that's known to be corrupt, there will be court cases. So what you say is actually relevant, yes.
Yeah, that just reminds me. I know they're allegedly trying to pass a bill at the moment where stripping us from our human rights and trying to give power to the parliament, which will overrule the judges as well, if I'm correct. I don't know
Human
whether you've
rights.
heard of that.
Yep, that's
Go on.
community laws because of European and national treaties. See, human rights, okay, it's a construct of the UN. If you read the Human Rights Declaration of 1998, and this explains a lot, in the preamble, which is a tiny bit of writing before you even start reading the declaration, in that preamble it tells you all these rights are only to be taken into consideration. They're not guaranteed. So when you're using human rights, you're throwing the dice. But if you use your unalienable rights, like I talked to, like for instance, the right to life, the right to this, the right to that, then they can't alienate you from them. They can human rights because they only be taken into consideration. So you've foregone any security for something that's not secure, but you believed it would have a benefit. And in law,
Okay, that's
that makes you
interesting.
the fool.
No, that's well said. Yvonne, did you have any questions? Anybody else? And I just want to remind everybody we do normally clock off at midnight. If anybody wanted to jump in to ask a question, now is your time. Yvonne, go ahead, young man.
Yeah, no, I've been listening to Nathan, for the past hour or so, and yeah, it's very informative and very educational to learn about common law. Going back to Joan, her son, just like Nathan, Matty, this was something he went into, and he done a lot of reading into it, studying it, and everything. He represented himself in court on many separate occasions, and he tried to use these common laws. Unfortunately for him, it didn't work out so well. He saved himself from going to prison or jail, but unfortunately, he got fined and everything else, and he lost his license and driving license and everything. And I think that would be a very interesting conversation between Nathan and Matty one of the days, and Matty can explain the route he went down, his old situation, and how he failed and everything. But we've had other cases as well where people have tried to use common law in court, and I have been listening to Nathan, and I appreciate and understand that people don't maybe understand how to use it. They're probably not using the correct terminology. Maybe they're not confident in court. It's extremely difficult and complicated. And, if Nathan's been doing it for 20 years, that's a very long time. And, but we have had cases. There was a lady by the name of Katie. You know her yourself, Rangi. And her husband or partner, ex-partner, they split up, and he wanted to get their 4-year-old daughter jabbed, all the jabs in one go. She lost that case in court, and she was basically told that she has to comply, otherwise her daughter will be taken off her.
That's where the void order comes in, by the way.
Oh, okay. So her ex was also granted 50% custody to the child. He was a heroin addict. He was an alcoholic, and the court basically said that he has to be off heroin for 48 hours before he takes the child. Now, if he's got 50% custody over the child, over 7 days, and he gets that child for 3 days or 4 days a week, now how do you mathematically, how is he able to be off the heroin for 48 hours? Another thing is, who's checking up on him? How do you know if he is off heroin? Is he, basically capable of looking after that 4-year-old? But anyway, there was also other issues of child sexual abuse taking place with that 4-year-old. But she lost that case miserably. She tried to use common law and everything, and I think that's what's disheartening people, because I'm pretty sure Nathan can handle himself in court, but the average public, it's a lot of work, a lot of research, and that's the reason why John feels that way about common law. So I just want to add that.
Thank you for bringing that up.
1 second, Nathan. I'm going to let you answer that, but I just want to add something very, very simple. So, when everybody's going through these issues and problems, and you just mentioned about drug addict, for example, the system right now, not the law, the system right now, if you're a pedophile, if you're a drug addict, if you're the wrong and completely, they will always try to give the children to the wrong person. So you're talking about a big corruption where they deliberately allowing this to happen. This is a separate topic, but this is happening. Nathan, sorry, you wanted to add on?
Yeah.
Can I just add something by you a minute, because I've had experience in this, right? So when I went through it with my daughter, it wasn't her father, it was her stepfather, right? and she was 11 years of age. And what they do is they take the child off the stronger parent and break the stronger parent down in the hope that the child remains in the system to keep them numbers up in forced adoption, right? And the stepfather, right? He had no rights at all, but because children's rights state, it's the child's wishes and feelings, blah 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 blah, and she wanted to stay there because she thought the grass was greener, because he was allowing her to do everything, and I mean everything. He was taking her to drug dealers' houses, allowing her to have ecstasy and her friends to have ecstasy. She even told the social worker this, and they still allowed her to be there. And all they said was, I have to exercise my parental rights. And if he's not doing any substances before and during contact, it was all right afterwards. Honestly.
Yeah, Nathan, please go ahead yourself.
I'm going to have to give you a bit of time because this can be a bit complicated. Right, well, first of all, what gives social services a lot of the power over your children is basically it's abandonment. When you register your child with the Attorney General, a lot of people don't understand this, but the Oxford English language, say for instance, the definition in the Oxford Dictionary is not the same as the Oxford Dictionary of Law. Legalese is a separate language, and you can evidence this through the Lexistyles manual, which classes a foreign language. Even though the words sound like English, they have completely different meanings. But what a lot of people don't realise is possession is 9/10 of the law. You register legally means to abandon or transfer ownership. So what you're doing when you register with the state, you're saying, I can't take care of this child, so I'm going to abandon it to you and give over ownership to you. That's why social services have a lot of their power, but social services don't actually have any power without getting a court to back them. And the whole point of that is like, again, acts and statutes can only be given a force of law by the consent of the governed. So you've got to learn how to argue aspects of jurisdiction. Therefore, where I have never consented to be governed, I do not come under the jurisdiction of the policies of Parliament, because they, like our source of law states, it requires my consent, my individual consent. A presumption of consent is an unlawful action. A constable cannot presume anything because then he's acting as the court and the constable. So as long as you understand some basic principles is what you need to understand. Then you need to understand moral obligations and duties and obligations in law. Once you understand certain bits like that, you can fight a lot of ways, but it's about keeping yourself to yourself. So if social service is involved, they'll get you to sign certain documents. They'll get you to register with certain things because you're transferring your rights to them. You're abandoning your rights and you're going with them. I have a lot of success in family court to the point where I've never actually lost a case. Look, my last case, the court actually refused to make a ruling because they couldn't rule against me. So they just basically dropped out and said, well, it's down to you two. We're going to put it. And I ain't even joking. The court pulled out and said, we're not making a ruling. The judge refused to make a written ruling, even though, I mean, now he's acting quite childish. But I even got to the point where I dared the judge to make a written ruling. But as the judge said, she won't, because I know how to penalise her and remove her qualified immunity. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Police constables, any Crown agent has a certain amount of immunity. There's different immunities. There's diplomatic immunity, which most have heard of. There's Crown immunity, and there's basically, I suppose there's 6. But you have qualified immunity. They're the main 3, and most constables come under qualified immunity. So unless you know how to produce a breach of their oath, i.e. because a constable takes 2 oaths. His first and initial oath, primary oath, is to uphold the King's peace and the laws and all obligations under the Crown, under the coronation oath. So do judges. Judges swear 2 oaths as well. One to the bar and one to uphold the obligations of the Crown in any court or anything like that. That's why I was able to raise a point of law using a 3,500-year-old custom, because they are obliged to do it because of the coronation oath to uphold my customs. But what I didn't do is go in as a ward of court. If you use the solicitor, you become a warder's court, because that is evidence you cannot deal with your situation yourself. So you're getting somebody else. You're paying a foreign agent, a third-party interloper, to uphold your rights. That's why a lot of people lose. Because a lot of people go in there and don't understand jurisdiction and don't understand how you protect yourself from jurisdiction.
Oh, well, that's very interesting. I hope people are taking notes of these things. I will be arranging something with Nathan through Gwen because this kind of information we need to get out, how to use these laws, implement it, and how you need to use it in the courts and not be scared. And a lot of people need to stop being scared in the courts. I understand how they entrap you. That's a separate thing. And the only way to start getting you out of that mess is learning the simple basics. You don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to go through anything. That's exactly what Nathan just said. Just need to know a few rights and a few laws that you could implement and put it into the case. I think, Gwen, you unmuted yourself.
Yeah,
No?
it was just to say I went into the family courts representing myself. I didn't have a Scooby what I was doing. But I think it was love. I won. I did, Nathan, but I think it was down to love, that won it.
Well done, Quinn. Proud of you. Proud of you.
I
You should
didn't
be proud of
Scooby.
yourself.
I just went on the fact I was the only one screaming that, does anybody else see any wrong that the fact that stepdad has given my daughter ecstasy at age 11, and that's all I kept on about.
You know what, Gwen, I've dropped obviously Nathan a follow. I'd love to have a chat off the record as well. And just to start setting things up, because we've got to look at the nation now. The nation is burning. Our women and children are suffering. Abuse is going through the roof. Rapes are going through the roof. Grooming is going through the roof. Child trafficking is going through the roof. Murders are going through the roof. We need to start empowering people in any form of information that we're talking about now, anything that, like particularly now Nathan, and actually Yvonne, which is what we're doing separately, putting the RSE and all the information to do with children, where it comes from. The more information we have, we're going to start putting it together and getting it out to make sure everybody gets access to it, because people need to have access to it. There is ways I could do this, but I'll have to speak to Nathan, but I'll probably get Gwen to arrange something. We do have a meeting on Wednesday, private Zoom meetings, but I'll see what his availabilities are. Go on, Nathan.
Could I just say, we're not like a lot of other movements and groups. Everything we do, all the research and everything, and for instance, if you come to Runnymede, we try and print off as many packs to give it for free. Everything we do is for free. If I help you in court, if I don't know if you don't pay for anything I do. Because this is what we need to do. We need to start supporting each other.
You know what? That's the very same thing I've been bashing my head against the wall for the last 6 years. Because we need to start supporting each other. I mean, I don't do anything. I don't make anything. I've never have done. I mean, the only thing I've ever asked for is to make sure people remember me in their prayers. But I'm so pleased. A lot of respect to you, Nathan, that I'm finding more people like ourselves, but different topics, different knowledge. And collectively, if we start bringing all this together, I think it'll be very, very good for everybody to get the information out. Sorry, Nathan, you muted yourself. Did you want to add something there?
Yeah, I was going to say, no, you make a very good point, especially when you say about people don't need to have it all together. I've been doing this for over 2 decades. It's like I had to in necessity, but it's one of them sidelines. I do quantum physics, quantum mechanics. I do many subjects, but law is one of them ones I kind of got into.
Can you breathe, Nathan, and slow down, please? He speaks very fast.
See, this is the thing. I have noticed this because it's like on Woody's and a few other panels. I am used to talking in a court. So when me and barristers and judges are talking, we talk very fast and we think on our feet. That's why most people can't understand what goes in the court, because unless you can keep up pace, then a lot of it goes things. So I apologise if I do speed up or I'm talking quickly, but it's like this. Everybody in court usually knows what I'm talking about. So you just say it because you have the right to be heard, and then it's kind of thing. But we all talk fast. It's one of the things. It's kind of, to me, it's just a natural flow state. I've got the same books as the judges and all that lot, so I've got the source materials and things like that. So it doesn't take long. But often the conversations in court, I'm starting to notice because people are saying I am reflecting in what I'm saying on here, so I do have to slow down. But it's just a lot of the time to explain something properly, you need to give me time. When people cut off or freely, then you're losing the bits of information you actually need. I mean, a lot of people don't understand is because I use multiple aspects of my life. I've been doing civilizational history for like 25 years. That does involve religion or stuff like that. So you will have a knowledge of certain about laws and how they come about and what was happening at the time. So therefore you can understand the law. So I mix the history, the law, and the solutions, and I always state source.
You know what?
Source in England.
I totally agree with you, my friend. That's a bit like what your one Az is doing with the education. It's a little bit of when I used to do eschatology, religion studies, similarities. You learn a lot from the past, but if you don't know the past, how can you move forward to see the future? Sometimes you've got to put it all together. But it's hard to teach everything all in one go. And this is why it's so important when somebody's actually done it. We need to just take the guidance of the right people. But look, I'll tell you what, I have gone over a little bit. It's not a problem. But what I'm going to do is, Nath, just hang fire, stay there. I want everybody, the last three that we have, the last statements from every single one. I'm going to start off with you because you have been on here the longest. Bless you.
No problem. Thanks, Rangi. And I mean, absolutely, it's been nice to have Nathan on, and it's been, very, very interesting. We're talking about the issues, for me, especially to do with the schools. And, we do need a solution. We do need hope. And someone like Nathan who's providing hope, this is what we need. Not just to know where the problem's coming from and what the problem is, but moving forward, how do we resolve it? And my heart goes out to people like Nathan who spend all their time and their own money to help others. But we could all, we've been doing this in the past. The organizations I'm working with and everything. We've raised a kitty, we've helped each other. And, we could always raise a kitty if there's parents out there that need help. Nathan can provide that help and support. We could raise a kitty to help him to take time out and go to court and help these, vulnerable parents here that really haven't got any hope and they can't pay big bills to lawyers and solicitors and barristers. And to be honest with you, in my experience, a lot of the solicitors, barristers don't take these cases. They just don't want to know these cases, especially to do with children and schools. So, we do need more people like Nathan to help us in courts because, there really isn't any other way unless we have a, revolution or something and everybody comes onto the streets, which, I'm not really promoting or anything, but, otherwise, we really haven't got much other choice. So, thanks, Nathan.
Right, I'm just going to add one thing there. Thank you very much, Yvonne.
Thank you for your kind words. I'm just going to say thank you to Yvonne. Thank you, Yvonne, for your kind words. It means more than you know, fella.
No, thank you. So I'm going to give you the solution here to what Yvonne said, okay? Because you got to understand, I know exactly where Nathan is in the circumstances there. I see it all the time. What I'm going to arrange with Nathan, obviously it'll be behind the scenes, is the information, the knowledge we need to duplicate. One person can't do everything. So we need to support. And this is why, the very same reason why I keep repeating to myself, we need people out in the public who understand what's going on, that want to learn to help and support the rest of the nation. So if there's any volunteers out there, please don't hesitate to get in touch, because information like this, it just needs to be duplicated. You don't put all the burden on one person, and there's only one person. God forbid something happens, how are you going to all move on? So I'm absorbing what he's saying. This is in general what we do on this live. We absorb the right information, implement it, and move forward. So, you're right there, but I think that is something that I'm going to speak with Gwen. I am going to put something together to literally get that information in the right way, the right words, and implement it so we could actually have more people doing the same work. Yes, they could be guided and supported and checked over maybe by Nathan and the team itself, but we need to take the weight off them, because we're not talking about one or two cases here now. We're talking about millions of homes that are affected at any one time. Okay, it just can't be done. Okay, and I don't want to put too much. We'll end up breaking him. Usually, that's what happens.
It's funny you say that because it wasn't to do with my lifestyle, but it's part of it. I had a heart attack just before Christmas because I changed my lifestyle. Sitting in front of like paperwork, doing paperwork, and that lot for the years I did in court. I wasn't eating in certain times regularly and stuff like that. My health kind of deteriorated because I was leaving myself and certain things. It's harder than people think. I'm just one person. I don't have a team of secretaries and assistants and stuff like that to take a lot of the caseload off. So when I do a case, I do it from beginning to end. And it's only usually me. I do have an assistant who helps me print off and sort of kind of sort paperwork, but it all comes down to me. And it's like you say, to put that all on one person, there is only one of me. I can't help everybody. And as much as it is, I can't. Because I can only take so many cases on because like I said, I haven't got a solicitor's firm where I can farm out some of the work. So I will not take more than a certain amount of cases because I have a moral obligation to the people I help. So I am not going to take on 30 cases when I know that the 10 I'm already doing is going to be in detriment. So I ain't going to be able to spend the time or give the people in the 10 cases the proper time and effort and brain power it needs because I'm spreading myself too thin. This is why I say it's like me now. I come onto panels and I answer question after question after question. I've done panels where I'm sitting there for 4 hours straight just asking question after question after question. There is a lot of people out there that can't. I'm not an expert, by the way. I don't class myself as an expert in law in any way, shape, or form. But there's people out there that do. I would like to see them do what I do: come on lives, answer questions in real time, to show people that this knowledge is there and give them the correct knowledge. But it doesn't seem to be happening.
I got an idea here now, right? So would it be possible, Nathan, that perhaps maybe you could probably make some videos or something with regards to like
Gwen,
family courts?
if I jump in there, Gwen, for you, because that's something that, because he's acknowledged the challenges, which I already understand.
Yeah, yeah.
So Nathan, so what I'm going to suggest, if you chat with Gwen, or even drop me, whichever way it's going to be, we're going to meet up, we're going to chat, because I could help you not only to give you some support, to give you some admin, to give you some, you may say, secretaries, because at the end of the day, we're all collectively working together. This is not a separate thing. None of us are separate. We're fighting for the same cause.
Even though, even the case we actually brought against Sadiq Khan, Keir Starmer, Kate Green, that lot, we've actually done it in a way where it's open to all groups and all people to submit evidence, and we can do it as a people. We ain't actually claiming it for ourselves, so it's one of them. We never do.
No, 100%. But everybody needs help and support, and this will go coincide with what Gwen was saying, which was also what was already on my mind. That the kind of information and things that you're talking about. Let me just mute you. You're echoing. So what I'm looking to do is maybe once I chat with you, and Gwen's right, because when I was talking about earlier on about getting the information is one thing, but usually what I'd rather prefer is we do a video explaining the document, what it's all about, how it is, and we'll have a PDF file ready with that link of that video, so then people could learn about it verbally, they're hearing about it, and they could actually visualize the document themselves because they'll be able to download it.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
100%. Yeah, 100%. We're already doing that. We're actually compiling. We were the first ones to start doing it. We're compiling a common law manual, so common law procedures. You'll also have the paperwork in there eventually when that's done. We do videos. We're going to do some more. If you look at my YouTube, there's videos about 61, the health amendments to health regulations of 2005. There's a couple of interviews with Godfrey Bloom on there, who used to be part of the Queen's Private Council. So I do videos, things like that. It's just I had a heart attack before Christmas, so I've kind of stepped away for things for a little while, but I'm kind of getting back into it now. But yeah, I don't mind doing things like that.
Oh, brilliant. You do it. If you need any help, you've got our backing. Okay. But Nathan, I've had Yvonne do his last statement for the evening. My brother, firstly, thank you very much once again. I think it's absolutely been a pleasure for the evening having you. But for your last statement for the members of the public, please share your thoughts or your views or your last message for the public.
Right, my last message, I'll try and keep it short and sweet. Right, at the moment we have a tumultuous assembly, which is Parliament, which is committing treason, sedition and treason. So every man and woman that has inherent knowledge of right and wrong should be standing right now. If you are not standing against them, you're actually culpable as them in the crimes they commit. Stop consenting to them, what they've done and what they will do. It is now time the people, and it is only us now, that we can't get anyone else to do it because we are the law. It is now time for us to take our responsibility up, be accountable for what we've allowed to happen, and more importantly, rectify what we've allowed to happen to our society within our politicians and civil servants, and rectify it for once and for all.
Well said. Totally agree with you. Young man, once again, I'm going to say thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. We do a lot more lives, but I'll keep you posted. But I'm definitely 100% if there's anything we could do to support and get this message out. And more importantly, reminding everybody, no, one person can't do everything. The more people come forward that want to volunteer to help and support, everybody's doing all this work for free.
Yeah.
Because we care about the nation, we care about every single one of you, regardless of your color, your creed, your religion, or your title.
Exactly. That's why Magna Carta places runs over to the Commonwealth and a lot of other people, because it's about rights of the people, the common people. So you are correct. It's one of them. We need to start. We need to do it, and this is the thing. It's platforms like this, because under 61 we are to compel others to actually obey the law and actually do this. But until we do this, until we take up our responsibility, we're negligent. So we're abetting every single crime that's happening because we remain silent.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, young man. Thank you very much once again. Gwen, can I have your final statement for the evening, please?
I gotta follow that. No, brilliant live, Rangy. Thanks, Nathan, for being here, and a born again. But no, everything's been said. Just don't, just don't sign nothing. For God's sake,
I should have gone last.
Make the same mistake I did. We were.
It's all right. I'll come back to it.
Hang on,
Nathan. I'll come back to you. I'll get Gwen to finish. I'm going to do what you just said there. You wanted to go last. I'll let you finish. I'll go next, and then I'll let him finish off. How's that? Go on, Gwen.
No, but yeah, don't make the same mistake as I did. I went through 2 years of L because I signed that what I thought was a K plan. I was coerced into thinking that's what it was, and it wasn't. They had no evidence on me, none at all, because I'd never done nothing wrong. It was just the fact that I was a stronger parent, or the only parent. So yeah, that's it. Brilliant,
No, Gwen,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Gwen, I don't know if you're available tomorrow. I could do another live tomorrow, but tomorrow will be different. It will be me speaking up against pedophiles, grooming gangs, corruption within the authorities, and your social services scandal where they're manufacturing documents, manufacture concerns, manufacture crimes. And more importantly, on that side of it, people need to start coming forward, because at the end of the day, there's women and children in every corner of the country that are suffering in silence today as a result of others who know this is happening and not taking accountability of their own selves, allowing these predators to get away with the heinous crimes that is happening, including covering up information to do with rapes, abuse of children deliberately, because they just don't want to take no accountability. So, I don't know whether you are available tomorrow, otherwise I might take a couple of days off if I can. But Wednesday, Gwen, I am going to have a meeting, the private Zoom meetings. Well, let's see what happens, if Nathan might be available on that. But I'm going to push that towards you to have a look at it. But tell me if you are available for tomorrow, if I'm going to let everybody know, or let's see how it happens. I don't know what your thoughts are, Gwen.
I'm not quite sure what time I finish work tomorrow. I could possibly finish at 4, so it could possibly happen. But the other thing I wanted to say, Rangy, as well, right, is for the past 7 years I've been campaigning against this RSE, right? And the hardest thing have been to unite people. But what I found now is that communities are starting to get together now. So if the communities can get together, because us lot, we're all over the country. It's England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. It's we can't always go not rock up for a cuppa and, work and whatever have you. But communities can. So if communities get together, then link the towns, then link the cities, and then international, we can do it. It just, if people, so
100%.
yeah, let me put it this way, right? So if you're a football fan, right, the effort a football fan puts into watching football, right, the effort a woman or trans put into going to the bloody salon, having eyelashes done and shit like that, right? If that effort is put into this, we've won.
No, I'm going to go through that with you because the communities are coming together. And the blessings, the side of it is it's everybody, regardless of their color, their creed, their religion, their title, what sex they think they are. Everybody's coming together. The Muslims, the Christians, the Sikhs, atheists, because this is a common ground now. The common ground is our children. Okay, so this is my final statement before I let my brother Nathan, who's joined us, I'm going to let him have the final one. But my final is, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's about time you got off your ear, put it in gear, and do something about it. Every single town and city that I've traveled through in the United Kingdom, in England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, there's women, children suffering everywhere. The nation is burning. And I want to remind everybody, there are more sisters of somebody, daughters of somebody, wives, mothers, grandmothers fighting this war against children than men. I'm urging all parents, all fathers, get off your ear, do something about it. If you don't have the information, don't have knowledge, just come forward. We're willing to provide you the evidence. Because the only way to fight this particular battle is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Knowledge they can't take away. And then it's easy for you to beat them with a stick with it to stand together. Because the more we stand up and do what's right, it is going to save our children. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's my final statement. Thank you very much for joining us. For me, I'm going to say thank you very much for everybody who's been in the comments all night. A big respect to every single person who's been in the boxes. Love and respect for everybody else. Nathan, you're obviously selected tonight. Please take it away, because once you've done your last statement, I will say good night.
Yeah, I thought I took my time, but yes, I'm going to back you up on this, because it's one thing. As I said earlier, it's not a choice. You don't get to have a choice, especially when we all know what we know, what's happened to our elderly, our children, stuff like that. Law is not forgiving. It is your lawful duty to uphold the laws in your communities and keep the peace. Okay, so if you are not actively doing this, you are consenting with your silence. So I'll say this: if you are not actively trying to stop these crimes, you're as bad as the people committing them, because you're sitting by and watching it. And there is an age-old adage which is still relevant today, and it always been for the whole of time. Bad things can only happen when us good people stand by and do nothing.
I totally agree with you, 100%. So, I'm going to call it a night, but take note of what he just said. It's the same thing that I'm uttering all the time, but now you're getting it off another brother of mine. A big respect. Thank you very much for joining us, Nathan. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please stay safe, stay well. And if you have the time, please join us tomorrow night, because it seems like I will be making a little bit of a mess tomorrow, and I will be exposing the corruption. Which is in three parts: pedophilia, grooming gangs, and the corruption within the authorities. They're not three different topics, it's only one topic. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Stay tuned. See you all tomorrow night, 8 p.m. till late. Good night. God bless.
Good night all.